Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I love being out in the remote wilderness where the silence feels like its own kind of life. The kind of silence that presses in, thick and heavy, broken only by the distant calls of animals or the rustle of wind through the trees. I've always been drawn to places like that. One of my favorite spots is a small cabin deep in the mountains of Tennessee. It's as off-grid as you can get. No neighbors, no paved roads, and no cell signal for miles. You really have to earn the right to get there. The last stretch is more like a rough path carved through thick forest, and you need a four-wheel drive vehicle just to make it without getting stuck. The cabin itself is old but sturdy, built with weathered wood that smells faintly of pine and smoke from years of campfires. There's a tiny solar panel on the roof, enough to power a couple of small lights inside, but that's about it. The solar system can't keep up after dark, so when the sun dips below the horizon, I rely on candles and oil lamps. The soft, flickering light casts shadows that dance against the walls, making the cabin feel alive in its own strange way. On clear nights, the moonlight streams in through the windows and turns the room silver, soft and quiet. I've been out there many times, always alone. I rarely see other people, and I like it that way. The only signs of life are the animals that live in the forest. I've seen coyotes moving silently between the trees, heard the distant, eerie calls of mountain lions in heat, and come across fresh bear scat on the trails. Those mountain lion calls alone can freeze your blood. It's a sharp, haunting sound that carries through the still night air. It's enough to make you stop in your tracks and listen, heart pounding, even if you don't want to. Because of all this, the wildlife, the deep woods, the way the darkness wraps around the cabin like a thick blanket, I'm careful about one thing more than anything else. I try to make sure I use the outhouse before it gets too dark. It's only about 25 feet from the cabin, but in the pitch-black forest, those 25 feet feel like crossing into another world. The path to the outhouse is uneven and cluttered with fallen branches and rocks. If you aren't careful, you can trip and fall or snap a twig loud enough to wake every animal within a mile. One night, I had an experience that stuck with me like a bad scar. It's the kind of memory that makes the hairs on my neck and arms stand up every time I think about it. I had been out at the cabin for a few days, enjoying the solitude, and that evening I felt something terrible brewing in my stomach. It wasn't just normal stomach trouble. It was a brutal, urgent IBS attack that hit me like a freight train. I knew I needed to get to the outhouse fast, or it would be a disaster inside the cabin. It was around 11 at night. The sky was overcast, thick clouds covering the moon, and the trees were blotting out any chance of moonlight sneaking through. The air was heavy with humidity, and the silence around me felt suddenly too complete, like the forest was holding its breath. I grabbed the old flashlight I keep in the cabin for emergencies. It's one of those small, worn models, nothing fancy, and I guess the damp air had gotten to it. As I stepped out the door and started down the path to the outhouse, the light cut a weak, shaky beam through the darkness. The gravel and leaves underfoot crunched softly, and my heart was pounding harder than usual, partly from the urgency and partly because of the silence. The flashlight flickered once, twice, then went out completely about halfway there. I stood frozen for a moment, blinking in the dark. The beam was gone, and suddenly I was surrounded by pure blackness. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. The trees around me seemed to close in, their twisted branches swaying in the night breeze, casting impossible shadows. My skin prickled with that strange feeling you get when you know something is watching you, but you can't see it. I told myself I was just scaring myself. I'm not someone who freaks out easily. I've faced worse things than this. I've spent nights alone in the woods before, and nothing ever came close to this feeling. But this night was different. I could feel something out there, something big and angry. My stomach roared again, reminding me why I was out there. I had no choice but to keep going. I took slow, careful steps, listening for any sound that wasn't mine. Then, just as I reached the outhouse door, I heard it, a sharp snap of dry branches breaking under heavy weight. It was close, maybe just a few feet away, but I couldn't see anything in the dark. Then, the foulest smell I have ever experienced hit me. I've smelled rotten animals before, even dead possums under old houses, but this was on another level. It was thick and wet and sour, almost like something had died and was still decaying right there in the woods. I wanted to scream, to run back, but the urgency in my gut pushed me forward. I barely managed to get inside the outhouse and shut the door behind me. For a few minutes, it was silent except for my breathing and the pounding in my ears. I listened hard, but there was no movement, no noise other than the occasional rustling of leaves outside. I tried to calm myself, telling myself that whatever was out there had moved on. When I was done, I waited a bit longer, then opened the door carefully. The smell hit me again, even stronger this time, like it was right on the other side, waiting. I could still see nothing but blackness. The clouds had thickened, blotting out any hint of moonlight, and the trees blocked out everything else. I started back toward the cabin, counting my steps to keep my bearings. Each step felt heavy, like I was walking through a dream I couldn't wake from. The smell stayed with me, making my stomach turn even after the attack had passed. It clung to the air like a bad memory. And then, just as I neared the corner of the cabin, I felt it, a sudden movement brushing the back of my neck and hair, like something had reached out and swatted at me. My blood ran cold. I didn't look back. I sprinted up the steps and slammed the door shut behind me. Inside, the cabin felt impossibly small and tight, but at least I was safe. I lit a few candles, their flames trembling in the faint draft, and forced myself to look out the window. That's when I saw them, two glowing orange eyes staring straight back at me from the shadows beyond the cabin. They were set high up, maybe 7 or 8 feet off the ground, like the eyes belonged to something standing upright or perched somewhere tall. I rubbed my eyes hard, hoping it was just fatigue playing tricks on me. But when I looked again, the eyes were still there, glowing with a cold, steady light. I tried to convince myself it was something in a tree, a pair of owl eyes or some kind of reflection, but even then it felt wrong. The size and the way those eyes just watched me made my heart race like never before. I stayed up most of the night, candles flickering, muscles tense, ears straining for the slightest sound. I didn't hear a thing else, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had been out there was still lurking just beyond the edge of the clearing. The next morning, with daylight finally breaking through the clouds, I went for a walk around the cabin. I needed to see what had been out there, or at least find some clue. Near the outhouse, in a patch of mud softened by recent rain, I found it, a huge, strange footprint pressed deep into the earth. It had 3 distinct toes, unlike any animal print I'd ever seen around those mountains. It was easily a foot long, maybe bigger. I studied the footprint for a long time. It wasn't a bear, not a deer or any common animal in those woods. The shape was off, too big, too weird. I took pictures with my phone and looked around for other signs. There were no other prints, just that one large mark. I packed up my things and left the cabin a few hours later. That experience stuck with me in a way nothing else has. Even now, thinking back to that night, I can feel the cold brush on the back of my neck, the weight of the darkness pressing in, and that terrible smell lingering in the air. I don't know what I came face to face with out there, but I know it wasn't anything natural or ordinary. I've gone back to that cabin a few times since then, but I never go out at night alone anymore. I always make sure to take a strong flashlight, and I keep my eyes wide open. Sometimes, when the wind blows just right, I still catch the faintest whiff of that smell, like a warning that whatever's out there is still watching. And honestly, that's enough for me. It was 2 nights ago, and I was staying in this beach house we'd rented for a few days. The place was nice, clean, a little weathered, but you could tell it had been cared for. It sat right near the shoreline, tucked back just enough that the main road couldn't be seen from the front porch. There were a couple other houses down the beach, but they were spaced out, quiet, and dark at night. You could walk for a while in either direction, and maybe only see 1 or 2 other people, especially after the sun went down. It wasn't tourist season or anything like that, which made it feel more isolated, peaceful during the day. At night, it felt a little different. Inside, the beach house was cozy but had some quirks. The beds upstairs were older, and every one of them squeaked like crazy if you moved even a little. I tried sleeping in one the first night, but I kept waking up every time I rolled over. I could hear the springs groaning through the mattress. So by the second night, I just gave up and dragged my stuff downstairs to the couch in the living room. The couch was firm, surprisingly comfortable, and most importantly, it was silent. No creaks, no weird noises, just the dull thump of the cushions when I lay down. It sat right in front of a large wall of windows that looked out over the deck and straight to the beach. The windows stretched almost floor to ceiling, framed with old white trim, and during the day the sunlight poured in. At night, though, it turned into this black wall of reflection. When the lights were on inside, all you could see in the glass was yourself. That second night, I got ready for bed around 11:30. Everyone else had already turned in. It was dead quiet in the house except for the soft humming of the refrigerator in the kitchen and the distant crash of waves outside. I brushed my teeth, turned off the hall light, and settled in with my book. It was something I'd been reading slowly over the last month. I wasn't even that into it, but it helped kill time before I got tired enough to sleep. I had one lamp on behind me, on a side table next to the couch. It cast a warm yellow glow over the room, just enough to read comfortably. The rest of the house was dark. I sat upright on the couch, my legs stretched out under a blanket, my back against the cushions. The book was propped open in my hands, and the whole time I was facing those big, dark windows. I didn't think much of it. At night, you just get used to seeing your own reflection. That's all it ever was, yourself, dim shadows behind you, and nothing else. About 10 minutes in, I noticed something. It came from the edge of my vision. A quick movement, something big and long, passing downward just outside the window. It was fast, almost like a blur. It startled me, not in a huge way, just enough to pull me out of the sentence I was reading. My head snapped toward the glass, but by the time I focused, there was nothing there. Just the darkness. My own faint outline and the blurry shape of the lamp behind me. I sat still for a moment, listening, trying to shake off that little jolt of confusion. I even looked over my shoulder, like maybe something had fallen inside the room. But there was nothing. No noise, no movement. I figured it must have been a trick of the light, or maybe just my eyes adjusting weirdly. I went back to reading. A few minutes later, it happened again. This time it came from the other side of the window. The same kind of movement, quick but smooth, like something long sweeping upward instead of down. It was clearer now, and it didn't look like a shadow or a reflection. It looked solid. I instinctively brushed the side of my head, thinking maybe it was a strand of my own hair dangling into my vision. But my hair was tied back, and nothing was in front of my face. I sat up straighter and looked harder at the window. I could feel my heartbeat pick up a little, not out of fear, exactly, but something more alert than before. Curious, watchful. I closed the book and set it down, leaned forward a little. There was a weird tension in the room now that hadn't been there before. The kind you don't notice until it's already pressing in on you. The kind that makes you aware of every sound and movement around you. I looked through the glass, trying to see if maybe there was a tree or something outside that could be catching the breeze, but there was nothing tall near the windows. The deck had a few plastic chairs, and beyond that was a railing and a sandy stretch that sloped down toward the beach. No tall grass, no hanging plants, no flags or streamers. Nothing that could have made that kind of shape. I stood up and walked toward the window slowly, stopping just a few feet away. I peered into the glass, trying to get a better look. The lamp's reflection behind me was still blocking most of my view. It was frustrating. I wanted to see outside more clearly. Without really thinking, I reached over and turned off the lamp. Suddenly, the room dimmed. The inside of the house disappeared from the window, and the outside came into focus. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust. The beach was dark, a few faint stars above, and the white noise of the ocean suddenly felt louder. The whole world outside looked empty. Just the deck railing, the pale wooden floorboards, the sand beyond it. I stood there, staring into the night. That's when I saw it again. This time it moved up, starting from near the deck floor and sweeping upward just a few feet from the window. It wasn't touching the glass, but it was close, maybe 8 inches away at the most. It moved smoothly, almost like it was gliding. My brain wanted to call it a bird, but something about the way it moved felt wrong. It didn't flap. It didn't beat its wings. It was just there and then gone, like a stroke of a paintbrush up the black canvas outside. Too fast to study, but slow enough to feel deliberate. I backed up a step. Not scared, exactly, but alert. Focused. My breathing felt shallow. I stared into the dark, hoping to see it again. My eyes strained, adjusting more. The windows were wide, 5 of them side by side, and tall enough that I had to tilt my head to see the tops. The night air outside was still. No wind. No rustling trees or bushes. I listened hard for a wing beat, a cry, anything. There was nothing but the surf. I stood there for another half hour, maybe longer. I didn't move, just stared out through the glass, waiting. The movement didn't come back. At some point, I sat back down on the couch, facing the windows, just watching. I didn't feel tired anymore. There was this low-level tension in my chest, the kind that doesn't spike into fear, but also doesn't go away. I thought about waking someone up, but I didn't know what I'd say. I saw something outside. Maybe a bird. Maybe not. I felt like I needed more before I said anything. Eventually, I gave up. I turned the lamp back on. The room lit up again, and the windows returned to a mirror. I picked up my book, but I didn't open it. I just stared at the page for a long time, not reading. That feeling stayed with me, even as I lay down again and pulled the blanket up to my chin. I left the lamp on that night. The next morning, I went outside just after sunrise. The sky was soft orange and the air was cool. I walked out onto the deck barefoot and looked around. I scanned the railing, the chairs, the floorboards. Nothing seemed disturbed. I looked up at the eaves of the house, half expecting to see a nest or some kind of perch. But there was nothing up there. No sign of a bird or anything else. I leaned on the railing and looked out across the sand. Nothing but old driftwood, shells, and the faint impressions of where the tide had come up during the night. I stood there for a while, feeling a little foolish. Like maybe it really had just been a bird. A large seabird, maybe hunting at night. But I'd been to the beach dozens of times, and I'd never seen anything move like that. Never so close to a window. Never so silently. And never the same way 3 times in a row. Later, I searched online, trying to find out if there were any large nocturnal birds common to the area. I found a few, night herons, owls, even some species of gulls that might hunt at dusk. But none of the descriptions really fit what I saw. Not the way it moved, or how close it got to the glass without making a sound. By the afternoon, I had mostly let it go. I didn't want to obsess over something I might never get an answer to. It was probably just a bird, I told myself. Just a bird. Still, that night, I didn't sit with my back to the window. I turned the couch so it faced the kitchen instead. I left the lamp on again. And when I finally closed my eyes, I kept seeing that shape, long, smooth, and silent, sweeping past the glass just a few inches from where I slept. It hasn't come back. Not yet. But every night since, I've caught myself glancing at the window, just to be sure. A few weeks ago, I decided to hike up to Lake Serene in Index, Washington. It wasn't planned well. I started late in the afternoon, around 3 or 4. The summer days are long up there, and I thought I'd be fine finishing the hike before dark. I've done plenty of solo hikes at night, and I had my gear ready. A decent headlamp, extra batteries, snacks, and water. I like hiking alone, mostly because it lets me think without distractions, but I also always try to be prepared. This time, though, I was pushing it. The climb up was steep and rough in places, but nothing unexpected. The trail climbs through thick forest and then opens up to rocky, wild terrain. As I neared the lake, I noticed how the trees thinned out, replaced by boulders and patches of wildflowers struggling to survive on the rocky soil. The air smelled crisp and fresh, mixed with pine and damp earth, and the sound of the wind weaving through the cliffs above was calming. I reached Lake Serene just as the sun was starting to set. The moment was pure magic. The lake sat calm and glassy, reflecting the sky's colors perfectly. The mountains all around rose high, their jagged peaks purple and blue in the fading light. The sky itself was a breathtaking swirl of teal and pale blue with streaks of orange and pink from the sinking sun. It felt like I was standing inside a painting, one of those landscapes you see in postcards but never believe you'll actually witness in person. I just stood there, completely still, watching the colors change, wanting to memorize every detail. It was peaceful in a way that hit deep inside. Time slowed, but as the sun dropped behind the mountains, I suddenly remembered I still had the entire hike back down. About 2 hours, maybe more if I took it slow. The trail would be dark, the steep parts more dangerous, and the lower forest thick with shadows and wildlife. I felt a familiar chill, not from the temperature, which was dropping quickly, but the kind of chill that comes when you realize you're alone in the wilderness at night. I turned on my headlamp and started walking back the way I came. The first part was still steep and rough, but I felt confident there. My feet found the trail easily, and I kept my pace steady. The light from the headlamp cut through the growing darkness, illuminating rocks, roots, and tree trunks. Every now and then I paused to look back at the lake, which was now a dark mirror, barely reflecting the last bits of twilight. As I descended, the terrain slowly leveled out, and the dense forest began to close in around me. I started hearing water, streams running fast over rocks somewhere nearby. The sound was constant, a rushing noise that filled the air and almost drowned out everything else. At first, I liked the sound. It was natural white noise, comforting somehow, masking other noises that might make me nervous. But as I followed the trail closer to the water, my mood shifted. I passed a waterfall, a fairly loud one that threw water over jagged rocks, creating a thick spray and a steady roar. The trail curved sharply, and as I rounded the bend, something strange happened. The roar of the waterfall stopped abruptly behind me, replaced by a sudden and complete silence. The rush of water was gone as if the world had muted itself. No birds, no wind, no insects, nothing but stillness. The silence was unnerving. I felt an intense chill run down my spine, even though the air wasn't cold. The quiet was so complete it pressed against my ears, making my own heartbeat sound too loud. Somehow, it was easier to be around the waterfall's noise because it masked all other sounds. Here, in this empty bubble of silence, I felt exposed and small. It was like the forest was holding its breath. I froze, standing on the trail, eyes scanning the dark trees ahead and behind. Then suddenly I heard it, a clear, sharp pop. Not a crackling twig or branch breaking underfoot, but a distinct sound of a knuckle popping. It was too sharp and too deliberate to be a random forest noise. My stomach dropped. I didn't move. Then, from somewhere very close, I heard a heavy thud. It wasn't a small sound. It had a bass to it, like something solid hitting the ground or pushing through underbrush. Right after the thud came a low, breathy grunt. Something alive, heavy, and close enough to be dangerous. Leaves rustled to my right. I could hear them crisp and soft at the same time. Every tiny movement made crystal clear by the silence around me. My breathing quickened. The headlamp lit up trees and bushes, but I saw nothing. No eyes, no shape, nothing but dark trunks and the occasional glint of leaves. My mind raced. Was it a bear? A big animal? Something bigger and more dangerous? Or maybe just a deer that had startled me? None of it mattered. I couldn't see it, and that made it worse. Not knowing what was there made the feeling crawl all over my skin like cold ants. I wanted to scare whatever it was away. I raised my voice, shouting loudly into the empty woods. I didn't expect an answer. No reply came, but I hoped the noise would make it back off. Then I blew my emergency whistle, twice, sharp and piercing. The sound echoed between the trees, bouncing back to me. Still, no movement, no sound from the thing hiding in the shadows. I kept clapping loudly, stomping my feet, and yelling random nonsense. I walked faster, always shining my light in the direction of the noises. Nothing appeared. It was like the forest swallowed the creature whole, and it was watching me from somewhere I couldn't see. The worst part was knowing I still had at least an hour of trail left before reaching the car, through thick, pitch-black forest. The trees were tall and close, their branches tangled above me, so the sky was barely visible. The path twisted and turned, roots stretched across it like traps, and fallen leaves made the ground slippery in places. The air felt heavier the farther I walked, and my heart never slowed down. Every few steps, I'd stop making noise for a moment, trying to listen. And each time, I thought I heard that knuckle pop again, or a grunt, or the faint rustling of leaves behind me. My headlamp would catch a shadow or a flash of movement, but when I looked directly, nothing was there. At one point, I thought I heard breathing, low and heavy, just a few feet behind me. I spun around with my light blazing, but the trees were empty. I started to run, headlamp bobbing wildly over the uneven ground, breath short, muscles burning. I yelled again, louder than before, hoping to convince whatever was out there that I wasn't worth the trouble. I don't know how long it took me to get out of that part of the forest. Maybe 30 minutes. Maybe an hour. Time lost meaning. My hands cramped from clapping and holding the light. My throat was dry, and I could taste sweat. But I never stopped making noise. I had to convince whatever it was that I wasn't alone, that I was loud and unpredictable and ready. Eventually, the trees started to thin out. I reached the trailhead and the wide dirt road that led to the parking lot where my car was waiting. The distant sound of a passing truck and a dog barking from a nearby house brought a wave of relief, so strong it nearly made me cry. I kept walking fast, finally safe in the presence of human sounds. When I reached the car, I locked the doors, sat inside for a moment, and caught my breath. I thought about the silence, the pop of knuckles, the thud and grunt, the way the forest had seemed to close in around me. I realized I had never really seen what was out there. It could have been a black bear, a large cougar, or some other animal. Maybe it was even multiple animals. But it didn't matter. The fear came from not knowing, from feeling watched and followed in the dark. I drove away slowly, head still shaking as I tried to calm down. I kept glancing at the dark trees on the roadside, wondering if whatever had been there was watching me go. That night, and for several nights after, I found it hard to sleep. Every creak in the house, every wind gust against the windows, brought me right back to that moment in the forest silence. I've had my share of close calls on mountain trails, weathered storms, slipped on rocks, and gotten lost in fog. But nothing compares to that encounter with the unseen creature. It wasn't a ghost or some storybook monster. It was real, silent, watching, and I still don't know what it was. Maybe I never will. The unknown is what made it the most terrifying thing I've ever experienced. And the memory of that quiet, choking silence in the middle of the forest is something I can't shake. I grew up in Detroit, Michigan, in a house that was old, creaky, and full of stories I didn't understand when I was young. My brother and I, from an early age, started noticing things others didn't. It wasn't the usual childhood imagination either. Both of us would see shadows or shapes that didn't belong, things we couldn't explain, no matter how hard we tried. At first, it was subtle, faint shapes in the corner of our eyes, quiet noises, the feeling that someone was watching us. But by the time I hit middle school, things started to get a lot stranger and a lot harder to ignore. I remember one particular night clearly. I had woken up for no reason, couldn't get back to sleep. The house was quiet except for the soft hum of the night light casting a dim, orange glow on my ceiling. I lay on my back, staring up at the familiar patterns of cracks and stains that time had left on the plaster. I felt this sudden chill run down my spine, and my stomach twisted in a way I couldn't explain. I wasn't scared exactly. Not yet, but uneasy, like something was wrong, like I was supposed to be on guard. I turned my head slightly and looked out my open bedroom door. From where I lay, I could see a bit into my parents' bedroom, or at least I thought that's what I saw at first. Instead of my mom or dad stepping out, a tall man appeared. He was easily 6 or 7 feet tall, which was unnerving just by itself, but what really caught my attention was the way he moved. It wasn't walking, it was more like gliding, silent and smooth as if he barely touched the floor. He wore a brown jacket and a brimmed hat that shadowed his face, making it impossible to see any features. The way he moved straight toward me was slow and deliberate, and I froze in place, heart pounding. I pulled the covers over my head and screamed for my parents. The light flicked on in an instant. My mom and dad came rushing in, blinking sleep out of their eyes, asking what was wrong. I told them what I saw, a tall man gliding toward me in a brown jacket and hat. My mom just smiled and said it was probably a nightmare. My dad nodded in agreement and said, "You probably just imagined it." I didn't argue. It felt safer not to argue about something like that. But it wasn't a one-time thing. That same man appeared to me 4 or 5 more times over the next several weeks. Each time, the fear grew stronger, and eventually my mom started to believe me. She'd sit on the edge of my bed, holding my hand, telling me it was okay, that she'd make sure nothing got to me. Dad, on the other hand, stayed skeptical, brushing it off like it was all in my head or a bad dream. But I knew better. This wasn't a dream. When I started high school, my dad had added 2 big additions to our house, a large back room and a whole second floor. My brother and I shared the second floor. The main room was huge, with 2 beds spaced apart, and it had a walk-in closet connected to a small bathroom. That second floor room became the setting for the scariest experience my brother and I ever had. Our beds were about 4 or 5 feet off the floor, kind of like loft beds, and at night the room glowed a deep blue from the ceiling fan's blue light. I was lying there one night, trying to sleep, when I suddenly heard it, the voice of a man. But it wasn't normal. It sounded sped up, like someone had taken a recording and played it backwards. I'd heard this kind of strange, distorted voice before in the house, but this time it came from the closet and bathroom area. My brother, who was in the bed across the room, suddenly sat up and whispered, "Dude, do you hear that?" I felt a rush of relief. I wasn't alone in hearing this. The voice that sounds like it's talking backwards? "Yeah, I hear it," I replied, sitting up on my bed. We both stayed still, listening as the voice continued, like nonsense gibberish played backwards. Then, footsteps started joining the voice, slow and pacing back and forth, as if someone was walking nervously inside the closet or bathroom. Our eyes were fixed on the closet door, and then the door handle started shaking violently, rattling like something was trying desperately to get out or in. I leaned over my bed rail so I could get a better look. My brother was trembling, looking like he wanted to bolt down the stairs and never come back. Then, without warning, the closet door opened slowly and creaked on its hinges. I instantly asked, "What do you see?" since the way his bed was positioned gave him a full view inside the closet. But he said, "Nothing. There's nobody there." Then the door slammed shut, so hard it shook the whole room. My brother jumped out of bed and flicked on the lights, both of us shaking with adrenaline. We waited a moment, then mustered the courage to open the closet door and check inside. Nothing. No one. No sign of anything. The bathroom door inside the closet was shut tight, and when we checked in there, it was empty too. The windows were shut, so it wasn't the cats or a draft. We climbed back into our beds and tried to calm down. My brother stood next to me, and we quietly talked through what had just happened, trying to make sense of it. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move. I looked directly at my brother, and we both turned our heads at the same time. A white, cloudy shape zipped under our futon bed and disappeared. We both froze, staring under the bed, but saw nothing. That night, we stayed up for hours, whispering about the strange sounds, the door handle, the closet, and that odd white cloud. To this day, we still talk about it, still wonder what we really saw. The door handle would occasionally start shaking on its own, and the closet door would open and slam shut by itself. Some of my friends even came over and saw it happen. And then there was the hatman, the tall figure I saw as a kid, who sometimes appeared early in the morning standing in the middle of our room, completely still. My dad was always baffled and said, "Why would there be ghosts upstairs? I just built it. Why would it be haunted?" But my mom, after hearing the noises herself, finally believed us. One time, I stayed home sick from school, and my mom and I were watching a movie in the family room downstairs, right under our bedroom. Suddenly, the closet door upstairs flew open with a bang, and we heard something run across the floor, then run back and slam the door shut. My mom jumped and said, "What the hell was that?" I just nodded, feeling vindicated. "See, I told you." Other sounds came too, a little girl laughing, sometimes talking. She even called my name once or twice. One morning, as I lay in bed, I heard a soft whisper right in my ear. "Hi." My brother and I had a theory that all this strange activity was connected to an old baseball bat my parents found in the closet when they first moved into the house. The bat was dark red wood, dated 1901, and seemed out of place. My brother eventually sanded it down smooth, though I didn't like that idea. We kept the bat anyway. Eventually, we moved out of that house in the late 2000s. But the Hat Man and some of the activity followed me. Not the weird voices or door slamming, but the feeling. The last time I saw him was around 2012 or 2013. I'd been experimenting with lucid dreaming and astral travel techniques. Sometimes I'd wake up in sleep paralysis, the kind where you're awake but can't move. Usually, it's just a terrifying blackness or shadow figures sitting on my chest. But that night, I opened my eyes to see the Hat Man standing at the foot of my bed. He wasn't alone. Two children stood beside him, an old-timey boy in a suit, maybe 10 or 12, and a little girl in a white dress, about 6 or 7 years old. They looked like they'd stepped out of another century. I immediately thought, that's the girl who said hi to me. Then, just as suddenly, they vanished. Over the years, I never found a real explanation for any of it. No dream, no ghost story, no horror movie cliché fits what happened. It wasn't a prank or childhood imagination either. My brother saw the same things, heard the same sounds. The house itself, with all its creaks, shadows, and whispers, was just old and lived in, but somehow something darker, more complicated settled in the spaces between the walls. Looking back now, it feels like that place held on to memories it shouldn't have. Things no one talked about, stories lost to time but still lingering. The way the door handle would move on its own, the weird voices, the sudden coldness in the air. All of it was tied to something real, something grounded in the history of that house, and maybe the neighborhood, the city. Detroit's older neighborhoods have seen a lot, and that old bat with the 1901 date made me wonder if some of the past from long ago never really left. I don't know what the Hat Man was, or why he was there. Maybe he was connected to the house, to those children, or to some story we never knew. Maybe it was a kind of warning, or maybe he was just stuck like us. But whatever it wasn't fairy tales or ghost stories. It was something real, something that shaped my childhood and stayed with me into adulthood. Even now, when I close my eyes at night, I can sometimes feel that quiet presence, the cold chill in the air, and the faint echo of footsteps on a wooden floor that shouldn't be there. That's the story. Nothing more, nothing less. The night was heavy and quiet when I started driving down Highway 81, somewhere between Chickasha and Rush Springs in southwest Oklahoma. It was around 2 a.m., and for the last half hour, I hadn't seen a single car. The road stretched straight ahead, flanked by flat fields fading into darkness. No streetlights, no signs of life except for the hum of my engine and the steady thump of tires on asphalt. It was one of those stretches of road where you realize just how far away you are from anything. No town, no houses, no businesses. Just the dark, empty fields and the long road disappearing into the night. The kind of place where your headlights cut out little islands of light in a sea of black. I was tired but alert, gripping the steering wheel, my eyes scanning the road. The air inside the car was cool, the faint smell of old leather, and a hint of coffee from earlier. I wasn't in any hurry, but wanted to get home soon. I had been on the road for a few hours already, and the road was almost eerily silent except for the occasional chirp of crickets or the rustle of dry grass in the wind. As I crested a small rise, my headlights caught something strange. There, in the ditch by the side of the road, was a car flipped upside down. It wasn't moving, the metal crumpled and resting in a shallow dip beside the pavement. The sight alone made my heart pick up. I slowed, barely able to process what I was seeing. Just outside the car lay a body. At first glance, it looked like a man lying on his side, like he was asleep or passed out. The way he was stretched out, the limpness in his posture. It didn't make sense, but there he was completely still. I slammed on the brakes, my car screeching to a halt. The sudden stop made my stomach lurch, but I was already opening my door and stepping out into the cold night air. The silence around me felt heavy, like the whole world was holding its breath. I ran to the man, the gravel crunching under my boots, and stopped beside him. His face was turned away, shadowed, but when I reached out and touched his shoulder, his body shifted. He slumped over onto his back, and I saw his face clearly for the first time. The left side of his head was smashed flat, bone and flesh crushed beyond recognition. His abdomen was torn open, a jagged, bloody wound leaking into the dirt. The smell hit me then, sharp and sickening, whiskey. The stench of cheap alcohol mixed with blood. It was awful, a terrible, raw smell that filled my nose and stomach. There was no pulse, no breath, nothing. The man was dead. I stood there, frozen for a moment. My heart pounded, and my mind spun, trying to take in what I was seeing. The wreck, the blood, the silence. The man's body looked so fragile, so alone. He was just there, a human being who had met a violent, sudden end, lying in the dirt beside the wreckage of his car. I pulled out my phone with shaking hands, fumbled to unlock it, and called 911. The line felt distant and cold in my ear. I told the operator where I was as best I could, the stretch of highway between Chickasha and Rush Springs, trying to describe the small rise I had just come over. They told me the nearest help was at least 25 minutes away, and that I needed to stay with the scene until help arrived. That was easier said than done. I hung up and looked around. There was nothing but darkness and fields stretching in every direction. The road was empty. I was alone, the only living person near this dead man. I didn't know what else to do, so I knelt down beside him and took his hand in mine. It felt cold and limp, like a doll's hand. I said the Lord's Prayer softly, the words coming out shaky and uneven. I covered his face with a shirt that had been hanging out of the car door, trying to give him some dignity in that awful moment. I could feel my hands trembling. The night felt too quiet, the kind of silence that presses down on you until you feel like you're suffocating. Then I heard it, a high-pitched, eerie sound cutting through the stillness, the howling of coyotes. If you've never heard it, it's hard to explain, but the way coyotes howl in the night sounds like small children screaming in pain. Their voices rise and fall in a terrible chorus that echoes across the fields and trees. It's not just one or two, it's a whole pack, wailing and screeching as if they're surrounding us. The sound was coming closer. I could hear them moving, running, the soft crunch of paws on grass and dirt. It felt like they were all around me, circling the man and me like predators. I glanced back at the highway, shining my car's headlights down the road. There was no sign of another vehicle. No one else was coming. I was scared. The kind of scared that sinks deep into your bones and makes you feel helpless. I thought about getting back in my car, locking the doors, and driving away. But I couldn't leave him here, not like this. I wasn't about to let those animals tear at his body while I sat inside, safe and warm. So I opened the trunk and pulled out the tire iron. It felt heavy and cold in my hands, the metal rough against my palms. I walked back to the man's side, gripping the tire iron like a weapon. I stood there, waiting, the coyotes still howling and moving in the darkness. The wind blew across the fields, carrying their cries and the faint smell of dry grass and earth. My heart was pounding so loud I thought they might hear it. I wasn't sure if I was ready for what might come. The primal part of me, the part that fights to survive, took over. It was a mix of fear and anger, raw and fierce. If anything came close, I was going to fight like a wild animal. Minutes passed, the coyotes' cries getting louder and closer, and then I saw something else. Car headlights shining in the distance. Finally, someone else was coming. A car pulled over beside me, a beat-up Pontiac Grand AM, full of rough-looking guys who looked wired up on meth. They jumped out, eyes wild and faces lit by the glow of flashlights. They looked at me, then at the dead man, and then at the wreck. They pulled handguns from their belts and trunks, grinning like they were about to go on a hunt. They were almost as unsettling as the animals out there in the dark. I told them about the dead man and the coyotes, my voice tight but clear. They got ready, shining their flashlights into the dark fields and roadsides, eager and dangerous. Then, far off in the distance, I heard a siren. The sound grew louder. Police were coming. The meth heads jumped back in their car and sped off like they were chasing ghosts, leaving me alone again. Minutes later, a state trooper's cruiser pulled up, followed by 2 deputies and 3 city cops from a small town called Ninica. An ambulance showed up too. They took over, checking the dead man, confirming he was gone. They asked me 1,000 questions, suspicious and methodical. They searched my car for drugs, nothing. I told them I'd been sober for 7 years. After what felt like forever, they thanked me for staying put and let me go. I climbed back into my car, still shaky, heart still pounding. As I started driving again down that dark, empty road, I felt like I'd been through something much bigger than just a crash scene. It wasn't just about the dead man or the coyotes. It was about how thin the line is between civilization and the wild. In that moment, I felt stripped down to the raw basics, just a person alone in the dark, facing danger, trying to do what's right. The road stretched out before me, empty and endless. I looked out into the darkness and realized how fragile everything we call normal really is. That night on Highway 81, I learned that sometimes beneath the surface of our everyday lives, there's a wildness waiting to remind us who we really are when it comes down to survival. And sometimes, that wildness howls at your door, demanding you face it head on. I live near the North Woods of Maine, a place people don't talk much about. It's wild, quiet, and stretches for miles without any sign of civilization. People tend to forget about this part of the country because it doesn't have big cities or tourist spots, but for me it's home. The woods are thick, dense with pines and birches, and the ground is often soft with moss and fallen leaves. Streams cut through the land, sometimes hidden beneath fallen logs and rocks. There are few trails, and those that do exist are usually faint, worn by animals more than people. I've spent a lot of time out there, hiking, fishing, sometimes camping alone. The air smells of pine needles and earth, especially after it rains. The sounds of the forest change throughout the day. The morning bird calls, the midday rustling of small animals in the bushes, and at night, the distant hoot of an owl or the crunch of a deer stepping through leaves. It's peaceful, but sometimes that peace feels strange. The woods have a quiet that's not calm, but almost tense, like something is just barely holding itself back. The creepiest thing I've ever seen out there isn't an animal or a weird shadow. It's the lights. Strange lights deep in the woods at night. I first noticed them one summer evening when I was out with a friend, Mark. We had been hiking near a part of the woods called Pine Ridge, a narrow stretch with thick trees on either side and a steep drop on one side. We were following a small trail that was barely visible in the dark, our headlamps cutting thin beams through the blackness. We were about 2 hours into the hike when Mark suddenly stopped and pointed silently to the left side of the trail. At first, I didn't see anything. Then, about 50 yards away, moving between the trees, I caught the faint glow of several lights. They were small, bluish, and flickering softly, like fireflies but much brighter and steady. The lights hovered just above the ground, moving slowly and deliberately. They weren't random. They seemed to have some pattern, drifting back and forth like someone was waving a flashlight, but without the sudden flicks or bursts. We both froze for a moment, unsure of what to do. The woods around us were otherwise dark, and these lights were the only source of illumination. There was no trail near where the lights were. No campsites, no roads. No one was supposed to be there. We had only heard distant cars on the highway hours ago, and now it was dead silent except for the occasional snap of a twig. Curiosity won over caution. Mark whispered that we should try to get closer, just to see what was making the lights. I agreed, even though a knot had formed in my stomach. We moved slowly, careful not to make noise. The lights seemed to drift away as we approached, always just out of reach. Every few steps, they flickered off and then reappeared a little further in. When we got to where they had been moments before, there was nothing. No equipment, no glow sticks, no reflections from anything. The ground was soft dirt, fallen leaves, and pine needles. We called out softly, just in case it was someone playing a prank, but there was no reply. Mark suggested we head back. The lights had stopped moving now, just hovering near a small clearing we hadn't noticed before. It was strange that there was this little space surrounded by thick trees, and it looked like the ground had been recently disturbed, like something had been dug up or buried there. But it was hard to tell in the dark. The second time we saw the lights was weeks later. I was out again with a different friend, this time near a place called Black Lake. The lake itself is quiet, surrounded by thick woods and only reachable by a narrow dirt road that ends in a small parking area. After hiking around the lake during the day, we decided to follow an old logging trail that cut through the forest on the far side. Night was falling quickly, and we didn't plan to be out this late. But we were caught off guard by how long it took to find the trail, and by the time we were deep in the woods, it was pitch black. I had a small lantern, and my friend carried a flashlight, but the beams didn't reach far, swallowed up by the dense branches and underbrush. That's when we saw the lights again. This time, there were more of them, maybe a dozen, spaced evenly across a small patch of the forest floor. They blinked in and out, almost like a slow Morse code, but no pattern made sense. The colors were different too, red, blue, green, and white, soft glows that cast strange shadows on the trees. We stopped. The feeling of being watched was stronger this time, a heavy weight pressing down on my chest. My friend wanted to keep moving, to get as far away as possible, but I was frozen, eyes locked on the flickering lights. Then suddenly they were gone, like someone flipped a switch. No sound, no trace, just empty forest where the lights had been seconds before. We didn't say a word as we hurried back toward the lake. When we reached the shore, the moon was high and bright, reflecting off the calm water and making the night feel less threatening. But deep in the woods, the memory of those disappearing lights lingered. I've thought about those lights a lot. I can't explain them. There's no sign of campers or hunters in those parts. No houses, no cars, no power lines. Nothing that could have caused that steady, shifting glow. Sometimes I wonder if they were man-made, maybe some kind of secret logging operation or equipment left behind. But that doesn't make sense either, since the lights seemed to disappear whenever we got close, as if whoever was controlling them didn't want to be found. Other times, I think about the possibility of people living out there illegally, squatters or survivalists. But why use lights that easy to spot? And why so deep in the woods where no trail leads? If they were hiding, the lights would draw attention, not keep it away. The woods out here are dangerous and full of wildlife. Bears roam these parts, and even moose can be aggressive if startled. But animals don't make steady colored lights that move and vanish. There's no easy answer. After those two experiences, I haven't gone out late at night into those parts of the woods. It's not just about the lights, it's the feeling they gave me. A mix of curiosity and fear that something was watching, waiting, or maybe even following. Something not quite human, but definitely alive. I keep thinking about the places where the lights appeared, far from trails, in clearings where the earth looked disturbed. What if it's a sign of something hidden, some activity nobody wants to be known? I've walked the trails many times during the day, looking for clues, footprints, discarded items, anything unusual. But there's nothing. The forest looks the same as always, quiet, wild, and empty. And yet, those lights still haunt me. Sometimes, when I'm out alone near sunset, I catch glimpses of something glowing in the distance, just beyond the trees, almost too faint to be sure. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's people using the forest in ways no one talks about. Maybe it's something else entirely. But I do know this: those lights were real. I saw them with my own eyes, and they vanished every time I tried to get close. So now, I stay away from those parts after dark. I stick to the known trails, where at least I can see the stars and hear the normal sounds of the forest. Because some things, out there in the North Woods, are better left alone. I work in the Air Force as an aircraft mechanic, and like most jobs, there are boring side duties we have to take on from time to time. For us, one of the more tedious tasks is running tool stores during the night shift. During the day, there's a permanent civilian guy who manages the tool stores, but at night, one of us has to be in there running it. The building itself is located right in the middle of the airfield, pretty far away from the hangars and main squadron buildings. The distance isn't huge, but it's enough to feel completely isolated, especially late at night when everything is quiet, and the only lights are the dim bulbs flickering inside the tool store's building. When I first arrived at this squadron, I was told the tool store's building was haunted. It was the usual story told to new guys, some kind of nonsense passed down just to scare rookies on late-night shifts. I didn't believe any of it. I'd already done several tool stores duties since starting here, and nothing ever happened that made me think otherwise. It was a boring, uneventful job, perfect for catching up on podcasts or zoning out while waiting for a call about an aircraft needing parts or tools. About 8 months into my posting here, I found myself back in tool stores again on a night shift. That night, the squadron was running night flying operations, so there was a chance jets might come back needing urgent repairs. That meant tool stores had to stay open longer than usual, just in case. Most nights when there's no flying, the tool stores close around 1:30, but on nights like this, we have to stay open well past midnight. It was quiet. No one had needed tools for over an hour, and I was sitting in the small office inside the building, watching some late-night TV on the little screen we had set up. The building itself is old, nothing fancy. It has 2 floors, a ground floor where most of the tools and equipment are stored on metal shelves, and a first floor that's basically just metal staging with a balcony-like structure that looks down onto the ground floor. You can easily see what's going on upstairs from down below, and vice versa. It's all metal, a little creaky, and definitely has that worn-down industrial feel to it. Around midnight, the temperature was dropping noticeably. The air got colder, and the building started to groan and creak, as old metal does when it cools down. I was used to the odd noise. It was part of the place settling for the night. But then, I heard a distinct metal creaking sound coming from upstairs. It was the kind of noise you get when heavy metal shelves or platforms shift slightly, or when someone moves around on the metal floor above. At first, I wasn't worried. I figured maybe the temperature change was causing some parts of the building to contract and make noise. Still, I glanced up, half expecting to see a shadow or someone wandering around, but the place was empty. 30 minutes later, I heard something else. This time, it was the unmistakable sound of metal dropping onto metal. Louder, sharper, and definitely not a dull thud like you'd expect if a small tool had fallen onto the rubber-studded floor. The noise echoed through the quiet building and caught my full attention. I stopped whatever I was doing and listened carefully. The sound had to come from somewhere, but when I looked around, nothing seemed out of place. I decided to walk around and check the shelves and tools myself. Tool control is a big deal here. If a tool goes missing, everything grinds to a halt until it's found. It's no joke. You'd be stuck searching high and low until you had it back. Losing a tool overnight would mean a long, stressful morning for the whole maintenance team. I moved slowly and methodically, checking every shelf and tool rack, making sure everything was accounted for and properly tagged out if it wasn't there. I looked on the ground floor first. Nothing had fallen or been moved. Everything was exactly where it should be. Then I headed upstairs, even though I didn't think the noise came from there. I took my time walking over the metal staging, listening carefully. Nothing. Not a single sound, not a single sign of anything out of place. No tools on the floor, no scratches or dents on the shelves, no new footprints. That's when a creeping feeling started to grow inside me. The kind of unease you get when something doesn't quite add up. I thought maybe one of the guys was messing with me. It was a known thing around the squadron. The tool store's ghost story was often told to new guys, and then some of the older mechanics would sneak in through a small hatch in the back of the building to spook the newbie. The hatch was a tiny, rarely used access point that most people didn't know about. I'd done it myself when I was new, and by now, I was usually the one pulling the pranks. But this night was different. I hadn't seen or heard anyone else around. It didn't make sense for anyone to be in the building without me knowing. I'd been sitting in the office the whole time, watching TV, and the front door was locked behind me. I knew for sure no one had come in or out since I'd arrived. I tried to shake the feeling off, telling myself I was just being tired and overthinking things. About 5 minutes later, I heard footsteps. Real footsteps. Not the creaks of metal or the random sounds of an old building settling, but footsteps, heavy, deliberate, slow. My first thought was relief. Finally, someone needed something. Maybe another mechanic had come in to grab a tool or drop something off. I got up and headed towards the door, ready to help. But when I stepped out into the main tool store area, no one was there. The place was completely empty. I walked outside, checking the front entrance and around the outside of the building, thinking maybe someone was nearby, unloading something from a van or truck. But there was nothing. No cars, no footprints outside the door, nothing that suggested anyone had been there. By now, my heart was pounding. I started feeling like I was losing it. The building felt colder, more oppressive. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, just nerves. Then I noticed something that froze me in place. Wet footprints on the floor, leading from the front door towards the office. The prints were fresh and glistening under the dim lights. I looked at my boots, completely dry. I hadn't been outside since arriving. The weather outside had been rainy, so the wet footprints made sense. But the fact was, no one had come in or out while I'd been inside. I stared at the prints, tracing their path slowly. They stopped just outside the office door where I was sitting. The idea that someone had been in the building without me seeing them, without me hearing them come in, felt impossible. The door was locked, and I'd been sitting there for hours. I hadn't heard a door open or close. No alarms had gone off. Nothing. The hair on the back of my neck stood up as I realized how isolated I was. The tool store's building sat alone in the middle of the airfield, surrounded by empty tarmac, runways, and hangars that were shut for the night. The nearest building was hundreds of meters away. If someone had gotten inside, it had to be through that tiny hatch I'd heard about, but I knew that was kept locked, and no one else had the key. Or so I thought. I forced myself to stay calm, moving carefully back to the office and locking the door behind me. I checked the hatch in the back of the building. It was securely locked, no signs of forced entry. No way anyone had slipped in unnoticed. I sat down again, trying to focus on the TV, but my mind was racing. Every little noise felt amplified. The creak of the metal, the hum of the fluorescent lights overhead, the distant echo of a plane passing far away on the runway. I kept glancing at the footprints, trying to tell myself it was a prank or maybe a trick of the light, but deep down I knew it wasn't. I didn't believe in ghosts or paranormal things. I'd never had a reason to, but on that night, something about the tool store's building unsettled me like nothing else ever had. The cold, the silence, the footprints that appeared out of nowhere. All of it felt too real, too physical, to be made up. I stayed in that office until 3 a.m., the usual time when we'd start locking up for the night. The jets had all landed safely, no one needed tools, and the place was as quiet as a tomb. I double-checked every lock, every window, and the hatch again before finally walking out into the cold dawn. The footprints were still there, fading slowly as the building warmed with the morning sun. I never found out who or what made them, and I never wanted to spend another night alone in tool stores again. The next day, I told a few guys what had happened. Some laughed and said it was probably rats or some metal shifting. Others gave me a knowing look and said the tool store's building had always been weird. But no one could explain the footprints or the noises. From then on, I always made sure someone else was with me on night duty, and if I had to be alone, I stayed near the front door where I could hear the rest of the base and wasn't so isolated. I still don't believe in ghosts or spirits, but whatever was in that building that night made me question what I thought I knew about fear, and about being truly alone in a place where nothing should be. No joke, no prank, No story could explain what I saw. And that was the scariest part of all. I moved to Fort Worth a few years ago, chasing a new start and better opportunities. Life was shifting beneath me, the kind of shift that's both exciting and unsettling. A few months in, I landed a job in Lubbock, a good step forward but a long drive away. When I got the invitation to a wedding back home in Missouri, I figured I'd combine trips, take some of my things to the new apartment in Lubbock, then drive back to Missouri for the wedding. It was going to be a long trip, but I had to be ready for work the very next morning when I returned. Sleep would be scarce, but I figured I could manage. After the wedding reception wrapped up around 6 or 7 in the evening, I loaded my car, feeling the weight of the night ahead. The road from Missouri to Lubbock is long, really long. After Wichita Falls, Texas, the highway stretches east to west for about 3.5 hours through mostly ranch land. It's the kind of place where the road feels endless, where the sky spreads wide, and the only things you see are fences, cattle, and the occasional farmhouse far off in the distance. Small towns are few and far between, little specks on the map with just a few buildings clustered together. Drive at the right hour, usually the middle of the night, and you can go miles without seeing a single other car. That night, I hit that stretch right around 3 in the morning. I turned onto the highway just after Wichita Falls, the headlights cutting a narrow path through the dark. The road was straight and flat, stretching ahead like a silver ribbon laid across the quiet Texas plains. I felt that odd mix of calm and isolation, the kind you get when you're the only soul awake for miles, the kind that makes the silence press close around you. The radio was off. My phone had lost service as soon as I left Wichita Falls. No calls, no texts, no GPS signal. Just me and the hum of the engine. The temperature dropped a bit, and the cool air from the cracked window smelled faintly of dry grass and dust. There wasn't a single house or building to be seen, just darkness stretching all around. The road signs told me I was entering one of those tiny towns that dot the route, but even the sign was barely visible in the dark. The town looked abandoned, no lights on, no movement anywhere, until I saw it. There was a car on the side of the road, headlights off, hood up. A woman was standing next to it, her silhouette just visible in the faint light from the street lamp a few feet down. A jack was set on the ground beside the car, but it wasn't in use. She was waving, trying to get my attention. Normally, I would have stopped without hesitation. I've always been the kind to help someone in trouble on the road. My parents raised me that way. But this night felt different. Something didn't sit right. The woman's movements were jerky, and there was a strange urgency to her waving. I glanced around, trying to find another reason to stop. But there was nothing, no other cars, no nearby buildings, nothing but the quiet and that empty highway. I was tired, I had to start my new job in the morning, and I needed sleep. I kept driving, my eyes fixed on the road ahead, trying to shake the unease that was crawling up my spine. Almost immediately after I passed, the woman ran around the car, slid into the passenger seat, and a man sprang out from behind the car's driver's side. He slammed the hood shut and jumped in. The engine roared to life, headlights blazed, and they started speeding after me. My heart jumped, adrenaline flooding through me. The calm night was shattered, replaced by a cold panic. The road seemed endless, but now it was a race. I floored the accelerator, pushing the car up to 80, then 90 miles per hour. The highway was empty, no other cars, but I had to watch for cattle or stray animals on the road. A collision at that speed would be a disaster, but I didn't dare slow down. I kept checking the rearview mirror. Their headlights stayed behind me, stubborn and bright. I didn't know who they were or what they wanted, but the feeling was pure fear, something primal about being chased in the dark, alone on a lonely stretch of road. The radio was still off. My phone still had no service. There was no one to call, no one to warn. Only me, the road, and the two headlights coming up behind me. The minutes crawled by, stretching into what felt like hours. I kept my eyes peeled, trying to spot a place to turn off or a gas station or anything, but nothing came. Just more ranch land, more darkness, and that relentless pair of headlights. Finally, after what must have been 20 or 30 minutes, the headlights faded. I watched the rearview mirror, willing them to disappear completely. Then, just like that, they were gone. The highway was empty again, the only sound the steady hum of my engine and my own heavy breathing. I slowed down a little but kept moving, eyes wide, heart still racing. I passed through a couple more small towns, but there was never a sign of them again. They must have turned around somewhere. Eventually, the road curved, and I saw the faint glow of Lubbock in the distance. The city lights were like a promise of safety and normalcy after those hours in the dark. I thought about pulling over at a well-lit gas station for a moment, but exhaustion pulled me onward. I wanted nothing more than to get to my apartment and sleep. When I finally pulled into my apartment complex, it was almost 6 in the morning. I had about 2 hours to shower, eat something, and be at work by 8. The chase still haunted my mind, but the exhaustion won out. I tried to shake off the memory, focusing on the mundane tasks of the morning. The next few days passed in a blur. Work was overwhelming, my schedule packed with training and orientation. I didn't have time to think about that night on the highway until I stumbled upon some online stories later on. Similar experiences that other travelers had shared about that stretch of road. People mentioned carjackings, strangers trying to flag down drivers to lure them in, then attacking or robbing them. Reading those accounts sent a chill through me, making me realize how close I'd come to something dangerous. I thought about the woman and man in that broken-down car, how quickly they moved once I didn't stop, how perfectly rehearsed it seemed, how lucky I was to have ignored my instincts that night and kept driving. That stretch of road between Lubbock and Wichita Falls is quiet, isolated, and lonely, but it's not always safe. The dark hides more than just empty fields and ranches. It hides people too. People who wait for a lone driver to pass by, who count on exhaustion and kindness to slow you down. After that night, I never drove that highway in the dead of night again. I learned to be wary of any stranded cars or people waving at me in the middle of nowhere. And I kept my doors locked, my foot ready on the gas, always ready to drive away fast. The memory lingers, not because it was supernatural or unexplainable, but because it was real. Because in the silence and darkness, danger was waiting. Because sometimes the scariest stories don't come from myths or legends. They come from the quiet moments when you realize how close you came to being trapped, alone, with no one around to help. That night, I made it home safe. But every time I drive that highway now, especially at night, I think back to those headlights in my mirror and remember how lucky I was to keep going. I've worked as a field biologist for most of my adult life. It's one of those jobs that sounds exciting when people first hear about it. Adventure, discovery, freedom. And it can be. But it also means long stretches of silence, relentless heat or cold, strange sleep schedules, and a constant undercurrent of alertness. You're always watching, always listening. It's not a job where you get to turn off your brain, not even at night. You learn to respect that silence. Learn to hear what's in it. One of the parts of my work involves sampling aquatic invertebrates and insects from remote waterholes, small, scattered oases out in the Australian desert. These are not the kind of places you stumble upon by accident. They're tucked deep into gorges or hidden behind craggy ridgelines, usually requiring a day or more of serious four-wheel driving to reach. The area I'm talking about sits a few hundred kilometers north of Uluru. It's hot, dry, and ancient. That kind of place that makes you feel like time has thinned out, like you're walking through something that's been here long before you and will be here long after you're gone. It's country that holds weight, even if you can't quite put your finger on why. And it's not just the heat or the solitude, it's something deeper. Something in the way the trees lean over the waterholes, or the way the wind moves through the spine effects. Something in the silence between birdsong and footfalls. You feel like you're never really alone out there, even when you are. There's a woman I work with named Alice. She spent most of her life in this part of the country, lives off-grid, keeps a small house on the edge of the desert, and drives a dusty old Land Cruiser that always smells like eucalyptus oil and damp canvas. She's the kind of person who can glance at a stretch of dirt and tell you what kind of lizard walked across it and how long ago. She spent a lot of time with local Aboriginal communities and has a deep respect for the stories that come out of this landscape. She doesn't share them lightly, and she never makes a joke out of them. That trip, there were 4 of us. Me, Alice, and 2 others from the research team. We'd planned a multi-day sweep of some waterholes that hadn't been sampled in years. Our last site was a spot in the Finca Gorge area. To get there, we had to spend the better part of a day crawling over washed-out tracks and stony creek beds, tires spitting gravel, suspension groaning the whole way. It was late in the afternoon when we finally arrived. As we pulled into the clearing, the first thing I noticed was the black dingo. He was standing right in the middle of the area we'd planned to set up camp, bold and still, head lifted slightly, ears forward. Not moving, just watching. His coat was thick and jet black, not patchy like a lot of wild dogs get, and his eyes were gold in the late sun. We slowed the car. He didn't flinch, just held our gaze for a long beat before turning and slipping silently into the trees, like smoke folding into shadow. Now, dingoes aren't rare out there. You see them often, especially near water. They come in a range of colors, tan, sandy, even ginger. Black ones are less common, but not unheard of. Still, something about this one stuck with me. Maybe it was his stillness, or the way he stood right where we were going to camp, like he'd been waiting. We set up camp anyway. It was a good site, flat ground, some old logs to sit on, decent access to the waterhole. The sun was dropping fast behind the red hills, casting everything in long orange shadows. That glow you only get out there, where the dust hangs in the air like particles of rust, and every surface turns golden. We unfurled our swags and laid them out in a loose arc around the edge of camp, just far enough from the fire pit to avoid sparks. I walked down to the waterhole with a headlamp and net, took some quick samples before it got too dark to see properly, then came back up to the fire. The others were already cracking into the wine, standard fieldwork tradition. We spent the evening looking for snakes in the rocks and trading stories. I didn't think about the dingo again. The wind picked up hard that night. Not uncommon for that part of the desert. It comes in sharp gusts, rattling the spinifex and whistling low through the gullies. Makes it hard to hear anything else. But it keeps the bugs down and the air moving, so I didn't complain. I zipped myself into my swag, pulled the flap over my head, and let the sound of the wind drown everything else out. I was tired. It wasn't long before I drifted off. I had a dream that night, vivid in a way that most dreams aren't. In it, the black dingo came back to camp. I wasn't watching him from a distance. I was in my swag, just like I was in real life. I couldn't move. I could only listen, my ears full of wind and heartbeat. In the dream, I heard his steps before I saw him. Soft, deliberate padding on the dry earth. Then I saw his shape, low and lean, nose close to the ground. He moved between the swags, sniffing at each one like he was checking them. When he got to mine, he paused, sniffed harder. Then he started to scratch. It wasn't violent, just slow, methodical dragging of claws across the mesh of the swag, right near my face. He didn't growl or snarl. There was no sound but the claws and the wind. I remember lying there in the dream, frozen, heart pounding so hard it hurt. I wanted to scream or move or throw something, but I couldn't. I was trapped. I woke up suddenly, heart racing. It was still night, still windy, the flap of my swag half loose and fluttering against the canvas. I sat up a bit, unzipped the mesh, and looked out. Nothing. Just the glow of the coals from the fire, now mostly burned down to orange chunks, and the silhouettes of the others in their swags. No movement. No sound except the wind. I lay back down and stared at the top of my swag for a long time. I knew it had been a dream, but something about it had felt real. Not just vivid, real. I didn't mention it to anyone in the morning. No one brought it up, so I let it go. We packed up camp, checked the vehicles, and loaded the samples. The drive out was slow again, same rock-hopping crawl over dry creeks and rutted trails. About an hour into the drive, we were bouncing along a ridge when Alice spoke up from the front passenger seat. She started talking about the dingo. She said something about how seeing the black dingo the night before had put her on edge. That she didn't say anything at the time because she didn't want to freak us out. Then she said that the waterhole we'd camped at was considered sacred ground by the local Aboriginal people, that they believed it was guarded by a black dingo spirit. She told us that years ago, she'd camped there with another research team. One of the women on that trip had a dream about a black dingo approaching her swag and clawing at her face. When she woke up, she had long, deep scratches across her cheeks. No one could explain how they got there. The camp had been undisturbed. Nothing else had been touched. She turned in her seat and looked at me when she said that. I didn't say anything. I hadn't told anyone about my dream. I didn't want to. Still don't really know why. We drove the rest of the way back in silence. The engine hummed, the tires crunched, the wind came in through the cracked windows. I watched the desert roll by and kept thinking about the dream, about the dingo's claws, about the stillness in the air when he disappeared into the trees. That trip stayed with me in a way most don't. I've been back to the finca since then, to other waterholes, other campsites. But I haven't gone back to that one. Not because I'm afraid, exactly. I don't believe in curses or spirits or any of that. But I believe in respect. I believe that some places have weight for a reason, and if you're lucky enough to pass through them, you don't take that lightly. I checked my face that morning, just to be sure. No scratches, no marks, just the memory of the dream, and the sound of claws on mesh that I still hear sometimes when the wind gets loud enough at night. It was probably just a dream, just coincidence. That's what I tell myself. But sometimes, when I'm out there alone and the wind kicks up hard through the gorge, I find myself listening for footsteps, for that slow, steady padding, for the sound of claws on canvas, just in case. It was a Saturday night in the dead of winter when this happened. I was in high school, maybe 16 or 17, and I was home alone. My parents had gone out to some dinner party or something and wouldn't be back until late. My younger sister was spending the night at a friend's house. The snow outside was thick, maybe 6 inches deep already, and still coming down, fat flakes clinging to every window screen and covering the backyard in this silent, frozen glow that only heavy winter brings. The house was quiet in the way that only winter nights can be. That kind of quiet where you can hear the walls creak, the heater click on, every little sound standing out sharper than it should. I was upstairs in the office room, a little corner of the second floor where the family computer was set up. It was late, maybe 10 or 10:30, and I was on AIM like I usually was back then. Back before smartphones, before constant notifications and group chats, 8am was in. I had a small list of people I chatted with regularly, mostly classmates, a few online friends. That night I was talking to someone from school. I don't even remember who now. One of those conversations you have late at night, bouncing around between jokes, music, dumb stuff from class. I was leaned back in the rolling desk chair, one leg tucked under me, the heater vent blowing warm air right at my feet. The overhead light was off, but the desk lamp was on. Everything else in the room was dark. Just that one cone of warm yellow light lighting up the keyboard, the monitor, and a few empty soda cans on the desk. The rest of the house was pitch black except for the glow from the computer screen. At some point in the middle of typing something, I got this weird feeling. Not just distracted or jumpy. This sudden, strong unease. Like my skin knew something my brain hadn't caught up with yet. My stomach turned a little. I stopped typing mid-sentence and stared at the screen. The conversation was still going, but I wasn't paying attention anymore. It's hard to explain. It wasn't a noise or a movement that made me feel weird. It was just a shift, like the air in the house changed. I sat perfectly still and listened, and at first, I didn't hear anything. Just the whir of the computer, the occasional ticking of the heating system, the faint whoosh of wind outside. But then I felt it again. This pressure on the back of my neck, like someone was behind me watching me. Not in a dramatic way, just a low, creeping sense of something not being right. I actually typed out that I felt weird. I told the person I was chatting with that I suddenly had this creepy feeling, like someone was in the house. I think I even joked about it, like, if I get murdered, avenge me, or something like that. Then I got up. I wasn't panicking yet. I just wanted to check things out, make sure the doors were locked, maybe turn a few lights on. I walked out of the office and into the hallway, flipped the switch to light up the stairs, and started heading down. The carpeted steps were soft under my feet, and everything down there was totally dark. I passed the front door, locked, deadbolt in place, and kept going through the living room. Our house was laid out kind of open. Living room leading into the kitchen, and off the kitchen was a sunroom with a door that opened to the backyard. That door had a big pane of glass in it and led to this kind of porch room hybrid, like an enclosed patio, and from there another door went out to the actual yard. When I rounded the corner into the kitchen, I saw it right away. The back door to the sunroom was wide open. Not cracked, not halfway, wide open. It was maybe 10 degrees outside that night, and the wind was howling through the screen door in the sunroom. Snow had already blown in across the tile floor, little drifts of it collecting against the baseboard. The wind was pushing at the inner door that led outside, making it rattle in its frame. My heart dropped into my stomach. I stood there frozen for a second, staring at it. That door was closed earlier. I was absolutely sure of it. We didn't use that back door much in winter because the sunroom wasn't insulated and it was freezing in there. My parents always told us to keep it shut tight. There was no way it had been open for hours without me noticing the cold air. The heat would have kicked on and stayed on. The house would have been freezing. But now it was wide open. I backed away slowly and went straight to the drawer by the fridge where my mom kept the kitchen knives. I grabbed the biggest one we had. It was one of those oversized chef's knives, heavy in the handle, slightly stained from years of use. I didn't feel brave holding it, not really. My hand was shaking a little. I took a few deep breaths, trying to think. I started yelling. I didn't know what else to do. I yelled stuff like, "I know someone's here." And I already called the cops. Lies, obviously. I hadn't called anyone yet. But I thought maybe if someone was in the house, they'd panic and run. I shouted that I was armed, that I could see them, that they were screwed if they didn't get out now. No answer. Just the wind rattling the glass. I stepped into the sunroom. The cold hit me instantly, bitter, slicing, like walking into a freezer. Snow crunched under my socks. I quickly shut the outer door, locking it. Then I slammed the inner door shut too, deadbolting it and pushing against it like something might still be trying to come in. After a few seconds, I started walking the house. Slowly, carefully. I cleared the living room. I cleared the downstairs bathroom, the dining room, coat closet, pantry. Nothing. Then I moved upstairs, checking each room one by one. Bathroom, guest room, my parents' room, my sister's room, even closets. I moved slowly and tried to position myself so nobody could sneak behind me and get out. I was careful about it. I made sure I didn't miss anything. I didn't find anyone. After I finished, I just stood in the hallway for a second. My heart was pounding, the knife still clutched in my hand. Every shadow looked suspicious. Every sound made me flinch. But there was no one. Nothing moved. No sign of a break-in, no muddy footprints, nothing stolen. Eventually, I convinced myself that maybe the door hadn't been latched all the way. Maybe the wind pushed it open. It seemed possible, I guess. I wanted it to be possible. I didn't really believe it, but it was better than thinking the alternative. I went around and double-checked every lock in the house. Then I shut off the lights downstairs, went back up to the office, and sat back at the computer. I kept the knife on the desk next to the keyboard. I remember typing something vague to the person I was talking to, like, "That was weird, but I think it was just the wind." I don't remember what they said back. The rest of the night passed slowly. I couldn't focus on anything. Every creak in the house made me stiffen. I didn't go to bed until hours later, when I heard the garage door open and my parents finally came home. I didn't even tell them what happened right away. It just felt strange, like something I couldn't explain. It was only the next morning that everything got weirder. We lived on a street that curved in a long loop through a quiet neighborhood. Most of the houses were spaced out, with big yards and back fences that led to a stretch of woods. Everyone knew everyone else on our street, names, faces, who had dogs, whose kids were troublemakers. That kind of place. That morning, my mom came into the kitchen looking pale, holding her phone. She'd been on a call with one of the neighbors a few houses down. Apparently, sometime during the night, no one knew exactly when, a woman who lived 5 houses away had been attacked in her home. She was alone. Someone had broken in, tied her up in her bedroom, and held a knife to her, threatening her life. I don't remember all the details now, just that she somehow managed to escape. She ran out the front door, screaming, and one of the other neighbors saw her and called the cops. She survived, physically at least. But the guy, whoever he was never caught. He was gone before the cops got there. No fingerprints, no witnesses. The police went around the neighborhood afterward, asking questions, trying to piece together a timeline. They knocked on our door too. My parents answered, talked to them for a bit. I stood off to the side, just listening. I didn't say anything. Not then. I never told the cops what happened at our house that night. Never told them about the door being wide open, or how I felt someone watching me, or the knife I kept at my side for the rest of the night. I probably should have. I think about that a lot. I should have said something, even if it didn't prove anything, even if it wouldn't have helped. But I didn't. Maybe it was denial. Maybe I didn't want to admit how close it might have been. To this day, I don't know if someone was in the house with me that night. I never heard a sound, no footsteps, no voices, no movement. I didn't see anything out of place besides that open door. But still, that feeling, that moment when every hair on your body stands up and you know something's wrong, even if you don't know why. And then a woman 5 houses down gets attacked by a man with a knife. Same night, same street. He was never caught. I've played it over in my head 100 times. If someone was in my house, where did they go? How did they get out without me seeing them? Did I scare them off? Did I almost walk in on them? Were they hiding, watching me, waiting for the right moment before changing their mind? Or had they already left by the time I came downstairs? Or maybe it really was the wind. But I don't believe that. Not really. I moved out years ago. The house is still there. My parents still live in it. Every time I visit in the winter and pass through that sunroom, I remember that night. I still look at that door differently. I still wonder how close I came to something I'll never be able to explain. And I still sleep with my bedroom door locked. Every night. Even now. It was Thanksgiving morning, somewhere deep in northwest Montana, about 60 miles south of the Canadian border. The kind of place where the air is so crisp it almost feels like it's cutting through your skin. My in-laws live out there, way off the grid. No cell service, no TV, no internet, and no neighbors close enough to hear you scream. Just thick forests and mountains that seem to stretch forever. Their house sits tucked right into the edge of national forest land on 3 sides. It's a comfortable place for them. They're what I'd call survivalists in a relaxed way. They know how to live off the land, take care of themselves, and don't really care much for towns or the modern rush. My wife was homeschooled out there, learning about the world in a way that feels more real than anything I ever got from a classroom. That morning, I decided to go hunting. Deer hunting, specifically. The area is perfect for it, prime habitat for deer, elk, even bears. The land opens up into valleys and ridges that give you plenty of places to look and wait for game to appear. My father-in-law, who knows these woods like the back of his hand, insisted I leave at the butt crack of dawn. It was frustrating at first because I knew from experience deer don't start moving until later in the morning, around 8 or 9 a.m. at least. But I didn't argue. He was the one who'd grown up here and who I was visiting, so I packed up my gear, loaded my rifle, put on my headlamp, and slipped quietly out of the house before the sky had even started to lighten. The cold hit me immediately. Not just the usual cold, but that sharp, biting kind you get in the mountains where the air is thin and clean and cuts right through your layers. No snow had fallen yet, but frost coated the tips of the leaves, and the grass was stiff and brittle underfoot. The trail was narrow, barely wide enough for one person, and lined thick with cedar and fir trees. My headlamp lit up about 10 feet ahead, just enough to keep me from tripping over rocks or branches. Every breath I took was visible, a small cloud in front of me that disappeared as quickly as it formed. The silence was absolute, except for the crunch of my boots against the frozen earth. I kept walking, the path twisting and turning deeper into the woods. My father-in-law had told me to hike for about 20 to 25 minutes until I reached a small curved valley, a recent logging project area. The logging road was rough, barely a path itself, and surrounded by huge piles of slash, the leftover branches and treetops cut down during logging. The slash piles were enormous, like messy towers of wood debris, and they were scattered all over the valley floor. According to my FIL, this place was perfect for deer hunting because there was minimal cover for the deer to hide in, so you could see a long way and spot them before they noticed you. When I got there, the sun was just starting to edge above the mountain ridges. The valley opened wide and cold, with a pale light that made the frost sparkle like tiny diamonds. I found a spot with a good vantage point on a fallen log near the edge of the valley and settled down to wait and watch. The silence pressed in again, but this time it was full of the small sounds of nature waking up, the soft rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird, and the occasional snap of a twig as an unseen animal moved. I scanned the valley with my binoculars, looking for any sign of movement. To my right, about 200 yards away, there was a large slash pile partially shaded in the early light. I caught a flicker of movement and shifted the binoculars to focus. What I saw made my skin crawl, the body of a deer, lying on its back with its legs in the air. Its coat was matted with dirt and blood. The sight was so sudden and unexpected that my heart jumped in my chest, and a cold sweat broke out along my spine. The hair on my neck stood up as I realized this wasn't just any deer. It was dead, and something had clearly been feeding on it. Before I could process more, a shape moved out from behind the pile. A mountain lion, large and sleek, with a nose bright red with fresh blood. Its eyes glinted with a cold, hard intelligence as it sniffed the air and scraped the ground around the carcass. The cat moved in small circles, looking up now and then, its body tense and alert. It was as if it knew I was there, could feel my presence in the cold morning air. I froze. Every instinct screamed at me that this was dangerous. Mountain lions are territorial, fast, and deadly. They don't just attack for fun, but if they feel threatened or cornered, or if you're unlucky enough to surprise them too close, they won't hesitate. I hadn't expected to see one on my hunt, just deer or maybe elk if I was lucky. And now I was face to face with a predator that could tear me apart. Panic set in. My fingers fumbled for my rifle as the lion began pacing a bit closer to me. It wasn't charging, but it was watching me carefully, and I could see the muscles under its sleek fur flexing. I remembered what my father-in-law had said about making noise to scare them off. But now, standing there with the rifle in my hands, I felt anything but calm. I took a deep breath and fired a single shot into the air. The sound cracked sharply, echoing off the trees and bouncing down the valley. For a moment, everything was still. The mountain lion flinched, then turned and disappeared back into the slash piles, slipping silently into the forest beyond. I didn't wait. Heart pounding like a drum in my ears, I backed away slowly, then turned and started walking briskly down the trail, keeping my eyes and ears peeled. I kept firing warning shots every few minutes, just enough to remind whatever else might be lurking that I wasn't alone and I wasn't easy prey. The shadows seemed longer now, and every rustle of leaves, every snap of a branch sounded like a threat. The hike back felt endless. I kept checking over my shoulder, expecting to see glowing eyes or hear the soft padding of paws following behind. My boots crunched on the frost-hardened ground, and my breath came out in ragged clouds. The cold was biting, but sweat coated my back beneath my jacket, the stress and adrenaline making it hard to stay warm. Eventually, the dark woods began to thin out, and the first faint glow of the house appeared through the trees. It was a small, sturdy cabin of dark wood with smoke curling up from the chimney. Lights glowed softly inside, and I felt a strange relief wash over me. The danger was behind me now, but the image of that mountain lion, with its red nose and sharp eyes, stayed burned into my mind. When I got back inside, I played it cool. I cleaned my rifle, washed my face, and told my wife what happened without sounding too shaken. I left out the part about how many times I thought I was going to bolt and leave everything behind. The truth was, that morning had changed something inside me. Out there, deep in the Montana wilderness, you're reminded how small you really are, how close the wild is to the edge of control. I spent the rest of the day around the fire, watching the woods through the windows, every shadow making me jump a little. That mountain lion wasn't just a part of the landscape. It was a living, breathing force, a reminder that this place, as peaceful as it seemed, held a dark, unpredictable edge. Thanksgiving that year didn't feel like a celebration of turkey and family as much as a quiet, tense truce between me and the wild. I knew next time I went hunting in those mountains, I'd be looking over my shoulder the whole time, and that maybe, just maybe, the wild was watching back. I was 14 the summer I got my compound bow. My parents had just bought a place out in the country, a house backed right up to about 600 acres of protected wildlife land. The woods there stretched out in every direction behind the house, thick and wild, the kind of place where you could go for hours without hearing another person or even seeing another house. Deer, foxes, owls, everything you'd expect in a quiet forest like that. I'd always been into archery, and that year my parents surprised me with a compound bow for my birthday. It came with 6 arrows, each one a perfect weight and length for my draw strength, and I kept track of every single one. I numbered them all with a black magic marker on the shaft near the fletching, number 1 through 6. I wasn't about to lose a single arrow. That was the rule. Behind the house was this natural alley in the woods. It was maybe 75 feet long, a straight path where the trees and bushes were pushed back or thinner, almost like a corridor leading to one giant pine tree at the end. The tree was old and wide, with thick bark and deep grooves running up the trunk. I had nailed a square piece of plywood about 3 feet wide to the tree, at roughly 5 feet off the ground, to serve as a target. That way, I wouldn't damage the tree itself by shooting arrows directly into it. I could practice all day shooting those 6 arrows, then walk down and pull them out, counting each one carefully, wiping them clean, and shooting again. For nearly 2 years, that was my routine. Shoot 6 arrows, walk down, pull them out, and repeat. The woods around me stayed silent except for birds or the occasional rustle of a squirrel or deer passing by. It was peaceful. No one else ever came near that part of the woods. My brother was home from college during one break, and he came out a couple times to help me look for an arrow that went missing. But aside from him, I never saw another person back there. One day, though, something happened that stayed with me for years. I had shot 5 of my arrows into the plywood, but arrow number 4 was missing. It wasn't sticking in the target. At first, I thought it must have bounced off or fallen nearby, so I searched the ground around the alley and the surrounding woods for hours. I walked that whole area twice, scanning every inch. Nothing. I was careful with every step, knowing how easy it would be to lose such a valuable arrow in the leaves and underbrush. My brother helped the next day. We made a grid, dividing the area into squares and searching meticulously. No sign of the missing arrow. I couldn't understand it. I hadn't seen any animals in the area large enough to carry off an arrow. If something had caught it, I would have expected to find some broken fletching or pieces of shaft. But the woods were undisturbed. No footprints, no broken branches, no signs of human presence. I just couldn't find it. For 2 years after that, I kept shooting the same 6 arrows, always the same ones, except for number 4. It was gone. It never turned up. I told myself it was lost forever, buried somewhere beneath the leaves or pulled deep into the underbrush. Eventually, I broke the last arrow, number 6, and packed up the bow, putting it away in the back of my closet. I moved on with my life. After I left for college, my parents sold the house. I hadn't been back since, and I thought about those woods only now and then, mostly with a sort of quiet nostalgia. 20 years passed. One weekend, I found out the old house was back on the market. The neighborhood had changed a bit, but the woods behind the house were still protected, untouched. I decided to take my wife to see the place, wanting to show her where I grew up. The memories came rushing back as we drove down the long driveway, lined with oaks and maples. The house looked smaller now, somehow, with fresh paint and some new landscaping, but it was the same place I remembered. We walked through the rooms, each one echoing a faint hint of the past. Then I led her around the back, past the garden, and into the woods. The air was cooler under the trees, and the smell of pine and earth was sharp and alive. We followed the old path, the natural alley that I knew so well. The trees on either side leaned slightly inward, the way they always had, forming that narrow corridor leading to the giant pine at the end. My heart beat faster as I approached, and then I saw it, an arrow sticking out of the tree trunk, about 5 feet off the ground, right in the center of where the plywood had been. The shaft was perfectly straight, the fletching intact. It was arrow number 4. It looked exactly like the arrow I'd lost all those years ago. There was no fading, no cracking, no signs of weather damage. It was as if someone had stuck it there recently, or as if it had been there the whole time, untouched. But that made no sense. The plywood had been removed long ago. I could tell by the missing nails and slight discoloration on the tree bark where it had been attached. Yet the arrow had clearly penetrated the bark itself. The tree had grown no marks or scars around it, no peeling bark or signs of damage. I'd always assumed the plywood was thick enough to stop the arrows from digging into the tree, and that was why my target spot was always clean. But here was that arrow, stuck firmly in the tree itself, about where the plywood had been, but with no plywood to stop it now. I scanned the woods again, looking for some explanation. Nothing. The forest was empty, silent except for the wind through the leaves. No footprints, no human signs, no evidence that anyone else had been out there all these years. My brother had only been back to those woods once or twice since college, and he never saw anything like this either. I never once saw another person back there during those 2 years of shooting. How could this arrow have ended up stuck in that tree, so perfectly preserved, after all this time? It was the strangest thing I had ever seen. I reached up carefully and touched the shaft of the arrow. It was cold and smooth like new wood. I ran my fingers over the black marker numbers, tracing the faint digits 4. I thought about how many times I had searched those woods for that arrow, how carefully we had looked. It had never been found. And now, here it was, uniged and unchanged, in a place where it shouldn't have been. No one had come into those woods. The land was protected, with no trails or roads cutting through it, and no public access. The kind of place where you expect animals and silence, not signs of other humans or unexplained mysteries. I looked back toward the house, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows through the trees. I realized some things just don't add up. Sometimes, you live with an unanswered question for a long time, and no matter how much sense you try to make of it, the truth remains out of reach. I left the arrow where it was and stepped back, feeling a quiet kind of awe. Maybe the arrow had never been lost. Maybe it had been there all along, waiting for me to find it again. It was a piece of my past, a stubborn remnant that refused to be forgotten. The woods were still, the air humming with the same calm I remembered. I breathed deeply and turned away, ready to leave the mystery behind and move on with my life once more. The sun was still warm on my skin when we finally pulled off the main highway and onto the dirt road leading into the Sequoia National Forest. It was the kind of road that made you question if it really counted as a road at all. Narrow, uneven, pocked with ruts and loose rocks, winding so tightly it felt like you were driving inside a tunnel of trees. It wasn't marked well, barely wide enough for one car in most places, and certainly not maintained. The kind of route you had to take slow, scanning ahead for oncoming cars because there was no way to pass easily. We drove this treacherous, lonely stretch for over an hour, windows down just a bit to catch the crisp forest air. But the silence was thick, heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. We'd picked a remote campground, one of those places where you really felt like you were leaving the world behind. Just us, a handful of towering sequoias, and the wilderness stretching far beyond. When we finally arrived, the sun was dipping low, casting long shadows that made the trees look like giant, dark sentinels watching over us. The campground was nearly empty, only 2 other occupants besides us. One was the campground host, an older man who looked like he'd been living out here for years. The other was an elderly woman with a tiny dog, the kind of frail little thing you could hold in one hand. We pulled our gear out of the car, tents, sleeping bags, stove, food, and got to work setting up. The dirt underfoot was dry but soft, the smell of pine needles thick in the air. The site was perfect in its solitude, tucked away from the others with just a few feet between our camp and the towering trees. We built a fire ring with the stones scattered nearby, gathered kindling and dry wood from the forest floor, and cooked a simple dinner over the flames. As the sun sank beneath the horizon, the forest darkened into a deep, black shadow, the only light coming from the flickering campfire and the fading glow of twilight. Settling in for the night, the usual sounds of the forest took over. The wind rustling through the branches, the distant call of an owl, the occasional snap of a twig as some small animal moved unseen through the brush. It was the kind of noise you expected when camping deep in the woods, a soundtrack of life around you, but nothing truly alarming. But as the night wore on, things began to shift. At first, it was subtle, a branch cracking a little louder than normal, the faint rustle of leaves shifting closer than they should have. We woke several times, each time catching a glimpse of movement just beyond the firelight, but nothing concrete, nothing that made sense. Just the usual nighttime wildlife, until about 11 p.m. That's when the noise started near the trash cans. There were no bear-proof bins here, just a few metal trash cans chained and bolted shut, but whatever was rummaging in them wasn't deterred. I remember hearing the scraping of metal lids and the unmistakable clank of glass bottles colliding inside. Bears or raccoons, I figured. I beeped my car horn a few times, hoping the sound would scare whatever was making the mess away. It didn't. Whatever was out there seemed determined, coming back time and again, each time the clanging and scratching louder, more frantic. Then the noises changed. The nearby meadow, just 100 yards or so from our tent, had been home to a few wild cattle when we arrived. I'd seen them grazing lazily in the afternoon sunlight, big brown shapes against the green grass. But now, as the night pressed in, the sounds coming from that direction were something else entirely. The cows were screaming, or at least, something sounded like cows, but the screams were filled with terror, blood-curdling, and desperate. It was clear they were in pain, being attacked by something, but the sounds didn't fit any animal I'd ever heard. They were raw, primal, like a nightmare bleeding into the real world. My stomach dropped. The thought hit me immediately. A bear or a cougar, maybe a pack of coyotes tearing into the cattle. But then, over the screaming, came a sound I can't describe well enough. It was a long, deep howling, but not like any wolf or coyote I've heard. It started low and rose steadily in pitch, almost like a musical portamento, but chilling and guttural. The howl was loud, the kind of sound that fills your chest with vibration and makes the hair on your arms stand up. It echoed through the trees and hills, loud enough that I thought something might be nearby watching us. The night got worse after that. The sounds of breaking branches became more aggressive, massive limbs snapping off trees, like something was thrashing through the forest with incredible force. There was knocking too, rhythmic and hard, like someone or something banging a stick or rock against a tree trunk. And then, the scariest moment, something large moving close to our campsite. Heavy steps that shook the ground with every footfall, but moving fast, faster than any bear or mountain lion I'd ever seen. I shined my flashlight toward the window of the tent, heart pounding, expecting to see a bear or a big animal. Instead, something enormous bolted past, barely glimpsed in the beam, but enough to feel the ground tremble in its wake. It was fast, too fast for a bear, almost unnerving in the way it moved. After that, the forest felt eerily silent for a while, except for that howl, which returned once more, farther away this time, fading into the dark woods. I didn't sleep a wink that night. Every creak of a branch or rustle of leaves made me tense up, waiting for whatever it was to come back. The fire burned low, and I kept my flashlight close, the sounds of the forest twisting into shapes of fear in my mind. Morning was a relief, but also brought new questions. We cautiously left the tent and checked the trash cans, all still bolted shut and standing upright, untouched except for the faint sounds we heard. No messy bear raid like I had expected. That was strange. Bears, when rummaging, usually tear into cans, knock them over, make a mess. This was too neat, too controlled. We searched the dirt and soft mud around the campsite for tracks. No bear or mountain lion prints, no obvious animal tracks from anything big enough to cause those noises or attack the cows. But what we found was stranger. Human-like footprints, barefoot, a little larger than average, leading into the woods and disappearing beyond sight. Nothing huge like the stories you hear about Bigfoot, but definitely not small either. They looked like someone had walked there quietly, barefoot in the mud. I'm not one for conspiracy theories or supernatural stories. I've laughed off the idea of Bigfoot or Sasquatch, even mocked friends who believed. But after that night, something inside me changed. There was no explanation that made sense for what we saw, heard, and felt. The older woman who camped near us didn't wait for sunrise. She packed up in a hurry, practically running to her car before the first light, her little dog barely keeping up. She drove away so fast we barely got a chance to say anything. We understood why after the night we had just survived. As the day wore on and the sun climbed higher, the peaceful forest seemed almost mocking, beautiful in its calm, but hiding whatever had made that hellish noise and terrifying presence in the night. We packed up quickly, the thought of spending another night there too frightening to bear. Every shadow and sound from the forest seemed to watch us as we loaded the car. Driving out on that same rough dirt road felt like escaping a trap. My heart was still pounding, every bump in the road reminding me of the night before. We talked little, both too shaken to do much else. My girlfriend pulled out her phone and started searching for similar sounds recorded in the wild, her eyes wide as she found a clip she said sounded just like the howl we heard. Something supposedly recorded in Ohio, said to be a Sasquatch call. I stayed silent. Part of me didn't want to believe it, but another part couldn't deny what we'd experienced. That trip changed the way I think about the wilderness. There's more out there than just bears and cougars. Something big, something unknown, moves in the shadows. We came close enough to hear it, and maybe if it wanted to, it was close enough to see us. We got out that morning, but the memory, that awful night, stayed with me long after the forest was behind us. And if I ever go back, I'll be ready, but part of me hopes I never have to face that kind of terror again. It was a Thursday night, or technically Friday morning. I'd been working the night shift at the warehouse for almost 3 years by then, and it had gotten to a point where I didn't even register the passing days anymore. Just shift after shift, clock in, clock out. That night had been slow, dead slow. I'd wrapped up the usual loading dock stuff early and found myself staring at the clock around midnight, realizing I could just dip out, maybe go for a ride. I'd done it before, left a little early when the floor was quiet and nobody would notice. So I clocked out, still wearing my thick work hoodie, tossed on my gear, strapped my helmet on, and rolled my motorcycle out of the lot. The night air was sharp and clean, a little cooler than usual for that time of year. There was no plan. I didn't feel like going home, didn't feel like sitting in a diner, didn't want to be around people. I just wanted to ride. 2 hours later, I was deep into the state park, following a winding road that most people only drove during the day. I liked it that way. There was something peaceful about cutting through the silence with the engine rumbling beneath me. Just me and the road. No other headlights, no distant hum of traffic. Nothing but the soft howling of wind as it broke across the edge of my visor. Eventually, the road curved and rose until I came out on a stretch that crossed the lake. There was this narrow bridge built up over the water, not some big steel highway thing. Just 2 lanes, simple guardrails, and a view that would have been beautiful if the sun was up. I'd been there before during the day, remembered the way the lake sparkled, and how you could see the treetops miles out on the ridges. But at 2:30 in the morning, all that beauty turned to blackness. Still water stretching out in both directions, the trees just jagged shadows on the edge of my vision. I slowed down and pulled over right in the center of the bridge. No real reason. Maybe I wanted a break. Maybe I just needed a smoke. I switched the engine off, and the sudden silence hit hard. I hadn't realized how much noise the bike had been making until it was gone. I stood there for a second, just listening. The bridge felt like it was suspended in nothingness, like if I stepped too far in either direction, I'd fall off into the void. The air was cold and clean, the kind of cold that felt like it was trying to peel the heat from your bones, not just sit on your skin. I took off my helmet, set it on my mirror, and lit a cigarette. The flash of the lighter lit up my gloves and the edge of my jacket. The cherry glowed bright in the dark, and I took a deep pull, watching the smoke drift into the night. The only other light was the faint, slow blink of the blue Senna headset on my helmet, small, mechanical, and oddly comforting. It pulsed like a heartbeat. I leaned on the guardrail, just staring out over the lake. The surface was still, too still, like someone had paused the world. No wind, no ripples, just black glass stretching as far as I could see. For a second, I let my mind go blank. No thoughts, just the cigarette and the soft weight of the dark pressing in from all sides. That's when I saw her. At first I thought it was a trick of the eye. You know how sometimes your brain fills in shapes where there aren't any? Pareidolia, or whatever it's called. But the longer I looked, the more sure I became. There was someone out there. A tall, white shape, way out on the lake. It wasn't floating, it wasn't swimming, it was standing. Standing on the water like the surface was solid ground. I squinted, tried to see more detail, but there was nothing clear. Just the shape. A long, pale figure. I thought maybe it was a woman in a dress, the kind that would trail behind her if she walked. Like something from a wedding, but worn out and faded. She didn't move. Neither did I. We just stood there, staring at each other. There was no way I could explain it. My mind tried to make sense of what I was seeing. Maybe it was a weird patch of fog, maybe a reflection off the water. Maybe someone had put a buoy out there with a sheet or a tarp draped over it. But none of it made sense. It didn't move, and it was too upright, too perfect. It was like she was waiting. Halfway through my smoke, I heard the wolves. It started with one, a long, sharp howl that felt like it came from the trees at the far end of the bridge. Then 2 more joined in, then more after that, at least 5 or 6, all howling in chorus. It felt way too close. Not like something in the distance, but like something just past the end of the concrete. I turned my head slowly, and the moment I did, I felt the pressure of real danger sink into my chest. I'd heard coyotes before, and they never bothered me. But this was different. Wolves don't usually come this close to roads. They avoid the scent of people, engines, oil. But there they were, close enough that I could feel the edge of their presence in my gut. I dropped the cigarette and got back on the bike. No time to strap the helmet, just jammed it on, turned the key, and kicked it to life. As I did, I turned the handlebars toward the woman on the lake, aiming the headlight at her. Nothing, just black water. No shape, no figure. No reflection. No concrete pillars or half-sunken trees. Just still dead water. I stared for a second, my breath caught in my throat. I felt like I was going crazy. My brain was screaming at me that I had seen something, and now it was gone. I turned the handlebars back forward, ready to roll. But something made me glance back one more time. And there she was. Same place. Same shape. Just watching. That was the final straw. I didn't think. I didn't breathe. I gave a small nod, just instinctually, maybe as a sign of respect, maybe something else. Then I twisted the throttle and got the hell off that bridge. I don't remember much about the ride home. I just remember going fast. Not reckless, not weaving through the curves or riding like I was trying to die, but fast enough to feel like I was putting real distance between me and whatever that was. When I got home, it was almost 4 a.m. I remember sitting in my garage, engine ticking as it cooled down, helmet still on. I didn't want to go inside right away. My hands were shaking, and I didn't know if it was from the cold or the adrenaline or both. I pulled out my phone, mostly out of habit. It was a cheap track phone, barely worked, and hadn't had data in months. Something with the SIM card or the towers or whatever. I'd been too lazy to fix it, but when I pulled it out, I saw it. 4 bars. LTE. Notifications popping up like it had been working the whole time. Messages I hadn't seen, updates downloading. Everything lit up like I had just walked back into civilization. I stared at it for a long time, not sure what to make of it. I didn't want to think it had anything to do with what I saw on the lake, but it felt like too much of a coincidence. It felt like that thing, woman, shadow, figure, whatever, had followed me home in some invisible way and decided to leave a trace, not a threat, just something. Like a reminder. Over the next few weeks, I kept trying to find a rational answer. I looked up the park, the lake, any incidents, structures, weather anomalies, anything. I thought maybe it had been a hallucination, sleep deprivation, something messing with my head. But nothing lined up. I hadn't been tired, hadn't been on anything, hadn't even skipped a meal. Every time I remembered it, I got that same cold feeling in my chest. Like I'd been seen by something I wasn't supposed to see. Not supernatural. Not a ghost. Just something outside of my understanding. Something real. I started writing less after that. Especially at night. I still work the same job on weekends, still drive past that same stretch of road now and then. But I don't stop there anymore. Even during the day, I don't pull over. I don't even slow down. That bridge doesn't feel like a place people are supposed to stop. It feels like something else owns that spot, and I was just a visitor who got too close. I didn't belong there, and I got lucky nothing worse happened. And the weirdest part? That phone still works. Same one. I've dropped it a dozen times, and it still gets signal in places where it never did before. People joke that I must have gotten lucky with a tower update or whatever, but I don't tell them the real story. Because I know the night it started working again. I know where I was, and I know what I saw. I woke up early that morning in the parking lot of a gas station just outside Las Vegas. The air was dry and sharp, the kind that feels like it's sucking moisture right out of your skin. I had slept in my car again, the back seat folded down into a makeshift bed. My clothes were stiff from yesterday's sweat and dust, and my mouth tasted like stale metal. I rubbed my eyes and stretched, careful not to wake the little dog I'd found months ago and who had become my constant companion in this drifting existence. The world outside was quiet, just the hum of a few distant engines and the occasional clink of cans from the trash bins. I had been homeless for months by then. My savings were dwindling fast, but instead of collapsing into despair, I decided to do something wild. I'd traveled. I wanted to see parts of this country I'd never been to, especially places where the world seemed untouched, raw. That day, I planned to head north from Vegas along Highway 93, aiming for the infamous Nevada state, Route 375, the extraterrestrial highway. It sounded strange and a bit touristy, but also perfectly lonely. Exactly what I needed. The drive on 93 was long, but not lonely at first. I passed patches of scrubby trees, abandoned trailers, and small farms scattered like forgotten dots in the vast landscape. The sky was a wide blue dome, the sun climbing steadily, burning away the last coolness of dawn. The road stretched straight and empty ahead, a ribbon cutting through the desert. I was happy in a strange way. Free. Untethered. When I reached the junction with 375, everything changed. The emptiness hit me like a wave. There were no trees here, no farms, no signs of life except the dry ground and the occasional low brush. The mountains on either side loomed far but felt close, like the earth itself was caged inside their ancient walls. The dirt was pale and cracked, the sun glaring down mercilessly. The wind was still, which made the silence feel thicker. Near the intersection was a strange sight, a large metal building perched on a small hill. It looked like an old hangar or warehouse, rusted and squat, with a cheap statue of an alien standing guard by the door. I pulled over on the hard dirt, my car's tires kicking up small clouds of dust. The sign said it was a tourist stop, a kitschy monument to the Area 51 rumors that clung to this place like a stubborn ghost. I climbed up the hill to the building, hands scraping against the rough sand and gravel. The door was open, swinging slightly in the faint breeze. Inside, the air was stale, musty with the smell of old fabric and wood. The place was dark and empty except for rows of dusty racks with faded t-shirts and mugs. There was a single flickering fluorescent light buzzing overhead. The silence was so thick it pressed against my ears. I found a restroom in the back, grimy and cold, and left quickly, clutching a small, yellowed pamphlet that promised to explain the area. The pamphlet was marked free, in big letters, and I felt a small, foolish pride at having a souvenir. By the time I got back in my car, the sun was well up. I turned the key and rolled slowly onto the highway. From here, the road was different. It was no longer just an open stretch. It was a vast, empty desert. Flat and barren, the sand stretched for miles on either side, with nothing but low scrub and distant cattle. I could see cows wandering, some so far away they were just shadows against the earth. There was no grass, no trees, no signs of human life. The heat shimmered above the road, twisting the horizon like a mirage. The pamphlet's map was laughably simple: a black line for the road, a red dot off to the east that said Area 51. I wasn't sure I even believed that place was real, but something about it pulled me forward. After about half an hour, I found what looked like a sandy turnaround just off the road. There was a stop sign there, bent and rusted, facing away from the highway toward the desert. I thought that must be the place. Against every instinct, I turned off the paved road and drove onto the rough dirt. From there, the drive became something else entirely. The car rattled over hard-packed sand, dust clouds rising behind me. The horizon was endless, with no signs or landmarks to guide me. I felt a creeping panic start to settle in, but I pushed it down. I told myself I just needed to keep going, that the road would come back around. My phone had no service, so I couldn't call anyone. If I got stuck here, I'd be completely alone. I drove for what felt like hours. The sun hung high, not moving, not shifting. I passed the occasional cow carcass, half buried in sand and flies, a grim reminder of how unforgiving this land was. The heat beat down relentlessly, making the air ripple in waves. My hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. Every now and then, I glanced up, hoping to see something familiar: a building, a sign, a road, but there was only sand, scrub, and sky. Then I saw it, a crumbling wooden building standing alone in the middle of the desert. It was more barn than house, the paint long gone, the wood weathered and gray. I stopped and got out, the sand hot under my boots. There was a single sign next to the door, a wooden arrow painted bright green, pointing off to the right. The color made me shiver. It looked like it had been painted recently, but the wood was cracked and old. I drove on, following the arrow. The desert stretched endlessly around me, quiet and empty. No birds flew overhead, no animals stirred. The only sound was the car's engine and the crunch of sand beneath the tires. Eventually, I came to the edge of the mountains, the base of a massive rocky bowl. Barbed wire coils lay on the ground, rusted and sharp. A sign warned in bold letters: Air Force property, no trespassing, no drones, no photography. I stopped the car and stepped out. The air was dry and still. I took pictures anyway, because I had to, because it felt like I was touching something forbidden. That's when the weirdness started. I turned the car around and headed back the way I thought I had come. But the landscape was different somehow. The light was flatter, the sand looked shifted. The mountains felt farther away, or maybe closer. I kept driving straight, following the same direction. But the barn wasn't there anymore. The green arrow was gone. I drove faster, heart pounding, eyes darting over the landscape. The sun still hadn't moved. I couldn't find the road. No landmarks. No signs. The panic rose in my chest. I hit the gas, trying to keep control over the rough sand, trying to stay calm. I turned on cruise control, but it kept cutting out, and the car slowed and rolled to a stop when I wasn't paying attention. I had to keep restarting the engine and revving it to keep moving. Time lost all meaning. I couldn't tell how long I'd been driving, but the heat was unbearable. My skin felt tight and cracked, my lips dry and split. My eyes stung from the glare. Finally, after what felt like forever, I spotted the pavement again. But this wasn't the part of the road I had left. The asphalt was cracked and old, and there was no sign of the stop sign or the sandy turnaround. The road curved away and disappeared into the mountains. I pulled over, hands shaking. I looked at the clock on my dashboard. Almost 3 in the afternoon. I'd been driving in that hellish desert for nearly 4 hours. The sun hadn't moved, but time had slipped by without me noticing. I felt a deep, hollow dread settle in my gut. I kept driving along 375, hoping to find the tiny town I had heard about. I needed water, gas, anything. Eventually, I saw a dusty little bar set back from the road. I pulled in and filled my gallon jugs with water. Inside, the place was dark and smelled of old beer and dust. There were 3 people at the bar, none of whom looked up at me as I passed. No other cars in the lot. The bartender told me there were no other buildings for over 100 miles. That even with a full tank, the desert was deadly, with cattle collapsing and blocking the road, and no one around to help. I didn't ask questions. I didn't want answers. I thanked her quietly, then got back in the car and turned around. The drive back to Highway 93 was the longest of my life. I pushed the speed past 110 miles per hour, my hands white on the wheel. The desert seemed to stretch on forever behind me, like it was swallowing the road whole. Every shadow looked like something watching, waiting. Every bump in the road set my nerves on edge. When I finally hit the interstate, the world felt less hostile. The sun was moving again. The air was cooler. The sky was still wide and blue, but not empty anymore. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. The experience stayed with me. The silence, the heat, the endless desert that seemed to bend space and time. The way the landscape shifted, making it impossible to find my way back. The strange emptiness, the feeling that the land itself was watching. I never did find that town properly, never saw more than that one bar and the empty road stretching out forever. The metal building with the alien statue was still a mystery. The barn disappeared like a mirage. The 4 hours lost in the desert, time stretched thin and broken, felt like a different world, one that existed alongside this one but just out of reach. That day in central Nevada was the loneliest and scariest of my whole trip. It was a reminder that some places are meant to be left alone, that nature can be indifferent and merciless, and that sometimes the scariest thing isn't a ghost or monster, but just being completely, utterly lost in a place where no one can find you. Out walking in Scotland on a nice sunny day, I decided to visit a local beach with an old, ruined castle that's always caught my interest. It's one of those spots that feels special even on the brightest, calmest days. The kind of place where you can almost picture the past, the centuries of people who once lived there. I like castles for that reason. They're reminders of history carved in stone, silent witnesses to long-gone lives and stories. This one, though, had its tower partly knocked down back in the 60s. I'd heard about that as a kid. A child fell from the top, thankfully survived, but after that, they decided it was safer to take the upper portion down. It definitely changed the castle's shape, leaving it looking more like a hollow shell than the impressive fortress it once was. The day was calm, the sun shining warmly with just a few clouds floating lazily in the blue sky. The beach nearby was quiet, not crowded at all. The grass around the castle was fresh and green, soft underfoot after recent rains, but dry now. I brought the dogs along with me, 2 of them, full of energy and always eager for a run. They loved these trips as much as I did, sniffing every corner, chasing after birds, and darting through the grass. We parked the car on a small gravel lot a little way from the beach, the castle's broken silhouette visible ahead, sitting on a gentle rise. The smell of salt air mixed with the fresh scent of damp grass and seaweed that had washed up along the shore. I unclipped the dogs' leashes, letting them loose to explore while I headed toward the castle ruins. The ground was uneven, littered with stones and bits of crumbled mortar. I was careful to step lightly, watching where I put my feet. The castle walls were thick, built from large, weathered blocks of stone, many covered in moss and small plants growing in the cracks. Despite the ruin, the walls still rose impressively, jagged and broken, but still commanding attention. The tower, now half its former height, stood at the center. I walked toward it, thinking about the child who'd fallen all those years ago and imagining the top of the tower as it must have looked then, solid, tall, and possibly frightening to stand on. The dogs ran ahead, their paws stirring up little puffs of dust and dried grass. They barked occasionally, chasing each other, and then pausing to sniff at something interesting. I let them be for a while, enjoying the sun on my face, the quiet lapping of the sea nearby, and the slow movement of the clouds above. It felt peaceful, the kind of peaceful that seeps into your bones. I circled around the tower, running my fingers along the rough stone in places where the wall was low enough. The sun was warming the stones, making them pleasantly warm to the touch. From a distance, you could see how the castle once would have been a stronghold, tough and unyielding against attackers. The battlements were mostly gone now, with just bits of jagged stone remaining where the parapets had once stood. The inside was open to the sky, the floors long since collapsed or eroded away, leaving a hollow space filled with grass and wildflowers. As I stood near the middle of the tower, a little way from the dogs, I heard a strange noise. It was sudden and carried in a way that made me pause. It wasn't loud, but it was very clear, a long, drawn-out sound, like a slow, mournful wail stretching out over the air. It went wah-wah-reewu, wavering in pitch and seeming to echo off the stones and across the field. At first, I thought maybe it was one of the dogs making a noise, but when I looked around, they were both far off, chasing each other near the grass field next to the tower, running and tumbling in the sun, completely absorbed in their own play. The beach was empty except for us. No one else was nearby, no hikers or other visitors. The sea was calm, the breeze barely noticeable. It didn't feel windy enough to make such a sound naturally. The noise stretched and then faded away slowly, leaving an odd silence hanging behind it. I stood still, the hairs on my arms prickling as I tried to place where the sound had come from. The castle walls had lots of holes and gaps from missing stones and cracks in the structure. It was easy to imagine that the wind could whistle through those holes, making strange noises. But this didn't sound like a whistle. It had a voice, a shape to it that seemed more deliberate. The way it rose and fell made me think of a long cry, a call of some kind, but I couldn't identify what exactly. The dogs looked up, ears twitching, but they didn't seem scared or bothered, just curious. I called them over, clipping their leashes back on quickly, my heart still thumping from the sudden sound. I decided not to hang around anymore. The castle had felt safe and friendly in the sun, but after that noise, it felt different, heavier somehow. I didn't want to test my nerves by sticking around longer, especially in a place where, I remembered, they said the Gray Lady haunted the ruins. That's the local legend, a woman dressed in gray who appears at night, some say wandering near the castle. I don't believe in ghosts or any of that, but hearing that strange cry so suddenly in a place like this made my skin crawl just a bit. I led the dogs away, feeling their excitement as they pulled at the leash, wanting to keep running. The sun still shone brightly, birds sang nearby, and the sea continued its gentle rhythm, but I kept glancing back at the castle. The old stones seemed to loom larger now, shadows stretching inside the tower's hollow. As I walked back toward the car, the wind picked up slightly, brushing past me and rustling the grass. The strange sound never came again, just the usual sounds of nature, waves, birds, the faint rustle of leaves. I told myself it had been the wind passing through the tower's holes, making a weird noise. Rational thoughts kept crowding in, steadying my nerves. Still, as we drove away, the castle shrinking in the rearview mirror, I couldn't shake the feeling that the place held onto something. Not a ghost, but maybe just the weight of its history, the echoes of long ago caught in stone and air. The kind of feeling you get when a place has seen too much and doesn't quite want to let go. I don't think I'll visit the castle ruins again near dusk or at night. During the day, it's beautiful and full of life, with the dogs running free and the sun warming the stones. But that sound reminded me how even the calmest places can surprise you, how the past can reach out in unexpected ways. And sometimes it's best to just respect that and keep moving forward. I've spent a lot of time camping in the woods around Portola Valley. It's one of those places where the trees feel ancient, the air smells like pine and damp earth, and the stream nearby runs clear and cold, winding through the forest like a quiet silver ribbon. I've probably camped there for the equivalent of 3 or 4 weeks total over many trips, always setting up near the same stream because I loved falling asleep to its constant gentle roar. That sound, combined with the rustling wind, the occasional snap of a branch, and soft chirps from birds or crickets, became a kind of lullaby. It felt peaceful, alive, and somehow safe. On most nights, I would lie in my tent, wrapped in my sleeping bag, hearing all those natural sounds blend together. The wind brushing through the leaves, a distant owl calling now and then, the creek's water rushing over rocks, and sometimes the faint rustling of a small animal moving through the underbrush. It was always there, a background hum of life, nothing ever too loud, nothing ever too sudden. But one night changed everything. That night, I was asleep next to my boyfriend, Myso, who I'd convinced to come camping with me. He wasn't as much of a nature person as I was, but he liked the idea, and I think he trusted my judgment about the spot. The small clearing where we camped was just big enough for our 2 tents and the fire pit we had built. The stream ran maybe 50 feet away, hidden behind a patch of ferns and moss-covered logs. I remember how the moonlight filtered through the tall trees, casting long shadows on the ground that danced in the breeze. I don't usually have nightmares. I'm not one of those people who wakes up sweating or screaming from bad dreams. But that night, I was thrown into one of the most terrifying dreams I've ever had. In my nightmare, a dark figure stood by our campsite. It wasn't a person or animal I recognized. It was just a tall shape, featureless, like a shadow painted in deep black and gray, standing still. No eyes, no face, nothing to show what it was. It just stood there, staring at me, but without any expression because it had no face to express anything. It was terrifying in its blankness. I woke up suddenly, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I couldn't tell if I was still dreaming or awake. I blinked, my eyes adjusting to the dim moonlight filtering into the tent. The nightmare's image lingered in my mind, but there was something else, something off. When I opened my eyes fully, the first thing I noticed was silence. It wasn't the normal quiet you get in the woods at night. It was different. There was no wind, no creek sound, no bird calls or insect chirps, not even a faint rustle from the trees. The air around me felt thick and heavy, like a humid heat wave pressing down on my skin, but I could feel no real heat. It was just still, oppressive. My skin prickled with unease. I nudged Myso, shaking him gently. "Hey, wake up. I just had a nightmare." I told him quietly, trying not to sound panicked, but my voice shook. He stirred, rubbing his eyes, but before he even fully woke, I noticed he was silent too. He listened for a moment and frowned. "It's weirdly quiet," he said softly. I nodded, swallowing hard. The whole campground felt wrong, like the natural rhythm of the woods had been broken. Normally, at night, you hear everything, the creek, the wind, the forest animals moving. But now there was nothing. It was so still I could hear my own breathing and the rapid beat of my heart. That feeling, the heaviness in the air, was suffocating. Like something was pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe, making me want to run. I couldn't explain it, but I knew we had to leave. Right now. Myso and I packed up quickly, more silently than usual. I kept glancing over my shoulder into the darkness, half expecting to see that dark figure from my nightmare standing just outside the clearing. But there was nothing, just shadows and the faint outlines of trees. As we put out the fire and broke down the tents, the silence stretched on. Still no sound of the creek or the usual forest life. The whole area felt dead, and the air remained thick and sticky, like invisible pressure wrapping around us. I kept telling myself it was just my imagination, that maybe the creek had dried up or the wind had stopped. But Myso, who had experienced his own share of strange things growing up, noticed it too. He said the silence was unnatural, that something wasn't right. By the time we finished packing and climbed into the car, my unease hadn't lifted. It was like we were trapped in a bubble of suffocating stillness, and I wanted out. We started the car and began to drive down the hill. At first, everything seemed normal. Then the car started acting strange. No matter how hard I pressed the gas, it wouldn't go faster than 15 to 25 miles per hour. We tried to speed up on the winding road, but the engine struggled as if stuck in a low gear, though the car wasn't in second or any other gear that would limit speed. Myso checked the gauges and the gear shift, making sure nothing was wrong mechanically, but everything seemed normal. The car simply refused to accelerate. The engine hummed, but there was no response beyond the slow, steady pace. I kept repeating, "We have to get out of here. Now." That feeling of urgency was overwhelming. We couldn't explain it, but it was like something invisible was holding us back, not just physically, but in some deeper, instinctual way. The road was narrow and winding, flanked by dense trees and steep slopes. The fog was thin but clung low, adding to the surreal feeling. The usual night sounds were still absent, even as we moved away from the campground. It wasn't until we reached the edge of town, where streetlights buzzed and the hum of cars filled the air, that the car suddenly responded. The engine roared to life, and the car accelerated normally. Almost immediately, the heavy feeling lifted. The air felt lighter and cooler, the normal noises of the night returned. The creek's murmur was replaced by distant traffic sounds and the occasional bark of a dog. The silence and pressure were gone. I sat back, exhausted and shaken, unable to explain what had happened. My so was quiet too, staring at the dashboard, confused. We never talked about that night in detail afterward. I still don't know what caused that oppressive silence, the stifling air, or the car's strange behavior. There's no logical explanation. No wildlife event or mechanical failure fits. But that night left a mark on me. Even now, years later, I think about it sometimes and feel the same chill. Whatever it was real enough to scare me out of that forest and back to safety. That place, that night, there was something in the air, something wrong with the woods. I just hope I never feel that way again. Visiting the old church ruins had been something I'd been wanting to do for a long time. Not for any spiritual reason or fascination with history specifically, but because I like exploring places that feel a little forgotten, a little out of the way. The kind of place where nature is slowly taking back whatever humans once built there. I'd heard about these ruins from a local blog, and it sounded perfect for a day trip. A little adventure, some quiet time, and the chance to see something unusual. The forest where the ruins stood was dense and old. As I approached, I noticed the trees were enormous, their trunks thick and twisted. The canopy was so thick that only slivers of sunlight made it down to the forest floor, and even those patches were small and faint. Moss blanketed rocks and fallen branches, and the ground was soft underfoot, covered with layers of damp leaves and pine needles. The air smelled earthy and cool, with a faint hint of decay and wet wood. It wasn't a place where you'd hear birds singing or insects buzzing loudly. Everything felt muffled, like the forest was holding its breath. I parked my car at the edge of the trail and started walking. The path to the ruins was narrow and uneven, winding deeper into the trees. At first, I could hear the occasional rustle of small animals, the faint chirping of birds somewhere high up, and the wind brushing through the leaves. The sounds weren't loud, but they reminded me I wasn't alone. I liked that. It felt alive, natural. After about 20 minutes, I reached the edge of the ruins. The church itself was mostly crumbled walls now. Stone blocks covered in moss and ivy, broken arches that used to hold windows, and the remains of what might have been an altar or pulpit. It was clear this place had been abandoned for a very long time, maybe centuries. The stones were stained by weather and time, the edges rounded and softened, with small plants sprouting from cracks. A few wildflowers grew along the edges, and tiny mushrooms pushed out from between the stones. I wandered slowly around the ruins, touching the cool stones, letting my fingers trail over the rough, uneven surfaces. The place felt peaceful in a strange way. Not lively or welcoming, but quiet and still, like it was waiting for something. The forest around the ruins was quiet but not empty. Small animals darted between trees, and the occasional squirrel chattered softly in the distance. Yet, even with the faint life around me, the atmosphere was heavy and a little eerie. After exploring the immediate ruins for a while, I decided to follow a steep, narrow road that led downwards just beyond the church. The path was covered with fallen leaves and small branches, and I had to watch my step carefully because it was slippery in places. The road curved sharply as it descended, flanked on both sides by towering oaks and twisted smaller trees. The air grew cooler as I went down, the light dimmer. Sunlight barely filtered through the thick canopy, and the shadows grew longer and darker. As I walked further down, I began to notice something strange. The usual sounds of the forest, the rustling of leaves, distant bird calls, the soft hum of insects, all gradually faded away until there was nothing. No wind stirred the leaves. No birds called or chirped. No animals moved. The silence was absolute, and it pressed down on me like a weight. I stopped walking for a moment and looked around, expecting to see or hear something, anything, but there was only stillness. The silence felt unnatural, like the forest had suddenly stopped breathing. It wasn't peaceful, it was empty. I didn't feel fear exactly, but an odd sense of unease crept over me. It was as if I'd crossed some invisible boundary, a place where the usual rules no longer applied. I wanted to turn back, but something held me there. I kept going down the road, the silence deepening with every step. The trees around me grew larger, older, and more twisted. Some branches hung low, covered with thick moss that brushed against my jacket as I passed. The ground beneath my feet was soft and uneven, littered with fallen leaves and small roots that threatened to trip me up. My breath felt louder in my ears, and I noticed the cold air making my skin prickle. Suddenly, my eyes landed on a large, half-dead tree standing alone near the side of the path. Its bark was cracked and peeling, with huge branches that stretched out like gnarled fingers. Moss and lichen covered parts of the trunk, and its roots twisted through the earth, some exposed above the ground. The tree looked ancient, like it had been standing there for hundreds of years, slowly dying but refusing to fall. I couldn't look away. I stood there, frozen, staring at that tree as if it held some secret I needed to understand. Time seemed to slow down. My body felt heavy, as though rooted to the spot just like the tree itself. My eyes traced the deep cracks in the bark, the dark spots where the wood had rotted away, and the faint green glow of the moss in the dim light. I felt an odd mixture of awe and discomfort, like the tree was both beautiful and something I shouldn't be looking at. It was as if the silence around me was focusing on that tree, amplifying it until it became the center of everything. My mind felt foggy, distracted by the overwhelming quiet and the hypnotic stillness of the place. I blinked several times, trying to shake the feeling, but it stayed. I wasn't scared, but I was certain that I shouldn't be standing there. After what felt like a long time, I forced myself to turn away. My legs felt stiff, but I started walking back up the road toward the ruins. Even as I left the silent part of the forest behind, the weird feeling lingered. The birds hadn't started singing again yet, and the wind was still barely moving the leaves. The moment I stepped back onto the brighter, more open path near the ruins, the sounds slowly returned, the chirping of birds, the rustle of small animals, and the whisper of the wind through the trees. When I reached the ruins again, I paused and looked back toward the steep road. The forest there seemed unchanged, but I knew it was different somehow. It wasn't a place I wanted to return to, at least not alone. I didn't tell anyone about that feeling or the silence. It wasn't a story I thought anyone would believe or understand. But when I visited the ruins again a few months later, hoping maybe I'd imagined it, the same thing happened. The silence returned, thick and heavy, and I found myself staring at that same half-dead tree again, unable to look away. After that second visit, I stopped going back. I didn't feel scared, exactly. More like I'd been warned in some quiet way that I didn't belong there, that the forest was holding something close and didn't want visitors meddling with it. It was strange, a little unsettling, but real enough that I knew the place was best left alone. I never found an explanation for the silence or that strange feeling, but I don't think it was meant to be explained. Some places just exist quietly, holding on to their secrets without needing to be understood. And maybe in the end, it's better that way. The house I was raised in was a pretty ordinary place on the outside, but it had this gravel back patio that stuck with me in memory for reasons I wouldn't have guessed as a kid. The patio was supposed to be flagged with stones or tiles, something solid and neat. But for some reason, that project was never finished. Instead, it was just loose gravel, small, rough stones that made a very distinct crunching sound whenever you walked on them. I remember every morning my dad would get up early and take out the trash bins. Those bins sat right under my bedroom window. I slept with my window open most of the time, especially in the summer when it got hot inside the house. So every morning, without fail, I would hear my dad's footsteps stepping on that gravel, slow and deliberate, just before I heard the bins being dragged or lifted and emptied. The sound of his steps on the gravel became something I could recognize without even opening my eyes. That sound, to me, was safe and normal. But one night, that sound didn't mean safety at all. I was about 16 years old, and I was playing on my PlayStation late at night. I was really into a Medal of Honor game at the time, a war shooter that kept me on edge and focused. I had the volume turned down really low because I didn't want to wake anyone in the house. My parents and younger sister were asleep, and I wanted to be quiet. The lights were off too, the room dim except for the faint glow of the TV screen reflecting off the walls. I was sitting on the edge of my bed, controller in hand, completely caught up in the game. The tension was high. Every step, every shot mattered. Then suddenly I heard it. The sound of crunching gravel right outside my window. It was exactly the same sound I knew from my dad in the mornings. The sound of footsteps on the gravel back patio. But it wasn't morning. It was late at night, and I was alone in my room. I froze immediately. My heart dropped, and I sat absolutely still, trying to figure out what to do. I knew, without a doubt, that someone was on our property. Someone who shouldn't have been there. The footsteps were slow at first, deliberate, like whoever it was creeping across the gravel, trying not to make noise, but they couldn't avoid it because gravel always gives you away. I held my breath and stayed very still. The sound stopped directly below my window. I was scared out of my mind, but I didn't want to seem like a coward. I tried to convince myself maybe it was a raccoon or a stray animal, but the way the footsteps stopped and shifted made me know it was human. After what felt like minutes, but was probably only a few seconds, I jumped up. I threw on every light I could reach as I ran down the stairs, pounding on the wooden steps, trying to be as loud as possible. I hit the light switches in the hallway, living room, and then the kitchen, which faced the back patio directly, right where the gravel was. The kitchen had a set of big glass doors that opened onto the patio. I flipped on the outdoor floodlights too. They were bright, almost blinding, washing out the yard and turning the gravel white. I pressed my face against the glass and stared hard at every shadow and every corner of the yard. I stayed like that for a solid 5 minutes, heart pounding, eyes scanning every inch. The night was quiet again, too quiet. No movement, no sound except the faint hum of the lights and my breathing. Eventually, I started to think maybe I had imagined the footsteps. Maybe it had been a branch brushing the window, or some animal I hadn't heard properly. Maybe nothing was out there. I took a deep breath, turned off the floodlights and kitchen lights, and climbed the stairs back to my room. I was almost ready to unpause the game when it happened again. The same exact crunch of gravel, right under my window. But this time, the footsteps were faster, running almost like whoever it was had heard the lights and was trying to get away quickly. I stayed frozen in place for a long moment, trying to catch my breath. Whoever it was had been right there under my window the whole time I was staring out, waiting for them to move. I didn't sleep a wink that night. Every creak of the house, every whisper of wind made me jump. I kept checking the backyard, but it was empty. This wasn't the only time that house made me feel like someone was watching or waiting just outside. A few years later, when I was studying for exams at home, I got into the habit of sneaking out for smoke breaks at night. My parents didn't know I smoked, so I was careful to be quiet, slipping out through the back door without a sound. One night, I was standing in the backyard, leaning against the patio doorframe, a cigarette in my hand, when I heard footsteps coming down the side alley next to our house. The alley was a narrow path between our house and our neighbors. It was shadowed and narrow, perfect for someone to sneak down unnoticed. I immediately got nervous. I froze for a moment, then stepped into the shadow of the patio doors, trying to stay hidden. I looked toward the alley entrance and saw a silhouette emerging from my neighbor's side path, which ran parallel to ours. At first, I thought it was my neighbor coming back from a walk or checking something. But the figure's movement was too deliberate, and the shape was wrong, not like anyone I knew. Curious but scared, I stepped out of the shadow a bit to get a better look. As soon as I did, the figure stopped and looked right at me. I was standing in the kitchen light, fully lit, and I'm sure they could see me clearly in the darkness. The figure didn't hesitate. They turned around quickly and sprinted back the way they came. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my hands shaking. I ran to the front door to check the locks there too. Just as I was locking the last bolt, I heard a car screech away down the street. That night, like the first, I didn't sleep. I kept looking out the windows, thinking about who that person was, what they were doing on our property, and what might have happened if I hadn't been paying attention. Those 2 incidents stuck with me. I never told my parents because I didn't want to worry them or seem paranoid. I kept the windows locked after dark and always checked the yard if I heard anything suspicious. The gravel back patio, the same gravel my dad's footsteps had sounded on every morning of my childhood, became a symbol of fear. Every time I heard those stones crunch, I'd freeze, remembering that someone had been there, right under my window, watching and moving in the dark. Even now, years later, I still remember that sound too well. And every time I do, I think about how close they must have been, just waiting, maybe hoping I wouldn't notice. That's the part that still creeps me out the most, not what they wanted, but how close it felt. How easily they could have reached through the glass, or opened the door. That house, the gravel, and those footsteps taught me that sometimes danger isn't loud or obvious. Sometimes it's quiet, slow, and right outside your window when you least expect it. The sun was hanging low in the sky, casting long orange shadows over the wide, frozen lake. The air had that crisp coldness that bit at your cheeks and nose, the kind of cold that reminds you winter isn't a joke. We had been riding snowmobiles for hours, darting between clusters of pine trees, crossing frozen rivers, and then finally arriving at the wide expanse of the lake. It was northern Maine, late winter, and the ice was thick enough for us to venture far out without a second thought, or so I thought. The lake was mostly empty. On the far side, a few other riders zipped past now and then, but where we were was quiet, a bit isolated. I liked that, the solitude and the sense of being surrounded by nature's stark beauty. The snowmobiles crunched over the ice, the sound of the tracks mixing with the distant call of crows settling into trees for the night. My dad was right behind me, riding close enough that I could hear the hum of his engine and see the plume of snow dust he kicked up. We had Bluetooth headsets in our helmets, so it was easy to talk or alert each other to anything unusual. I was leading the way along a narrow stretch of the lake, skimming close to a small cluster of bare trees sticking out from the ice near the shore. The ice there was always tricky. Sometimes the water would seep through cracks, or a thin layer of slush would settle on top, tricky to spot in the fading light. Out of nowhere, my dad's voice crackled in my ear, sharp with worry. "There's some slush here." Got stuck. I didn't hesitate. I spun my sled around and headed back toward him, carefully watching the surface. The lake looked mostly solid, but the ice had a grayish sheen, like it was covered in a wet film. When I reached him, I saw what he meant. His sled was sunk into a patch of slush, thick, wet, half-melted ice that had turned into a muddy, slippery mess. It was like the ice was rotting from underneath, weak and unsafe. His snowmobile's skis were almost submerged, and the treads were spinning uselessly, trying to grip something solid, but only digging deeper. I pulled up beside him, my engine humming low. I thought maybe I could help him get out quickly, and we could keep moving before it got dark. But as I shifted my sled forward to pull alongside, I felt the front start to sink in the same slushy mess. Before I knew it, I was stuck just 10 feet away, the skis and tracks biting into the watery slush, trying to find purchase, but only breaking through the thin surface. The water was starting to seep over the edge of the ice, spreading fast. I glanced down and saw water pooling in the shallow tracks our sleds made. It wasn't just wet snow or slush now, it was a creeping flood, and the ice beneath us was giving way, layer by layer. It felt like standing on a frozen puddle that was melting from the bottom up. We tried revving the engines, hoping to free the sleds by rocking them back and forth, using the power to pull ourselves out. But each time the tracks spun faster, the sleds just sank deeper. The slush and water mixed into a thick, viscous soup that sucked at our machines like quicksand. The ice cracked faintly beneath us with every push, and the sound made my heart pound. Our feet were now wet from standing in the icy water that was rising around us. It was cold enough to numb the skin in seconds, a deep chill that clawed its way through boots and gloves, straight into the bones. The cold made it harder to think clearly, but we had to act fast before the situation got worse. We took turns pushing and pulling. One of us would try to power out, while the other pulled on the back with all their strength. Sweat dripped down my forehead, mixed with the cold water that soaked through my clothes. The sky was darkening fast, and the fading light was making everything harder to see. The path behind the sleds was turning into a channel of water. The trail we'd made was filling up quickly, pouring in from cracks in the ice nearby. It was like the lake was swallowing us, threatening to pull us under with every second. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we managed to get my dad's sled out first. The moment it broke free, it slid awkwardly onto thicker ice. We pulled it to the side, away from the slushy patch, and then turned our attention to mine. The wet, slippery ground made footing treacherous, but I gritted my teeth and pushed the throttle hard, spinning the tracks just enough to break free. Once my sled was out, we didn't waste any time. Gunning the engines, we raced back toward the shore, adrenaline pounding, nerves shot. The ice under us felt less certain now, like it might crack at any moment. Every second counted. When we finally reached solid ground, I pulled off my helmet and gasped for air, the cold biting at my lungs. My clothes were soaked through, the chill gnawing at me in a way I'd never felt before. My dad did the same, looking shaken but relieved. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling of how close we'd come to serious trouble. The lake had looked safe, but the thin ice and slush had almost trapped us beneath the surface. Seeing the water pour into the trail we'd just made, watching it flood the ice beneath our feet, made me realize just how dangerous frozen lakes can be. They aren't just giant sheets of safe ice. They're fragile, alive in a way, with hidden weaknesses that can appear in an instant. Since then, we've been extra cautious. We stick to areas where the ice is solid all the way through, never trusting the surface alone. The lake isn't just a frozen playground anymore. It's something to respect, to be wary of. That day taught me that nature doesn't care about your plans or your confidence. It has its own rules, and if you forget them, you can pay a heavy price. I still ride snowmobiles on the lake, but now every step, every rev of the engine, carries a weight of respect and caution. The cold, the slush, the water flooding through ice cracks. It's a reminder that even in the quietest, most beautiful places, danger waits beneath the surface. And sometimes, that danger is closer than you think. I knew this guy, just a face on the street to most, but someone who'd lived a lifetime on the edge of everything we call normal. He spent practically all his adult years homeless, moving from town to town, city to city, living in the kind of places most people never see unless they're forced to. The woods, under bridges, abandoned buildings, park benches. He'd seen and slept in all of them. He wasn't some lost soul or a drug addict spiraling down into oblivion. No, he was sharp, even if the world had kicked him too many times. We met when I was out wandering myself, roughing it for a while, and we quickly figured out we shared the same survival mindset. There was safety in numbers, even if it was just two. We found a spot deep in the woods, well beyond the edge of the city's noise and neon, a place far enough from prying eyes where we could rest for days. Not the fancy kind of camping, but the kind where you sleep under thick trees, hearing the wind in the branches and the distant calls of animals. We weren't looking for comfort. We were looking for quiet, for peace, in whatever form it came. That morning, I set out early. Before the town woke, before the streets filled with cars and people yelling at each other or rushing somewhere. The sky was still a soft gray, the sun just beginning to pull itself up over the horizon. I wanted to get booze and cigarettes while it was still calm. The off-license would be just opening, and the line would be short or maybe even empty. It was about a 2-hour walk to town, but with the pack on my back and the weight of the night on my shoulders, it stretched out to nearly 4 hours. The city was cold that morning, the kind of cold that goes straight through your jacket and sinks into your bones. When I got to the offie, the smell of stale beer and cigarette smoke hit me immediately, even before I stepped inside. The old guy behind the counter barely glanced up. He knew the kind of people who came in at odd hours, people like me, people like my friend. I bought a couple of bottles, enough to dull the edges, and a pack of smokes. The ones we always smoked because they were cheap and burned slow. Then, I had to haul it all back, feeling every step like 100 miles. The weight dug into my back, the plastic bottles clinking against each other, reminding me what I was carrying and why. When I finally got back to our spot, it was late morning. The sun was higher now, filtering through the trees in slanted shafts of gold. I saw the trail where my friend's sleeping bag had been, or at least where I remembered it being. But it wasn't there anymore. Instead, there was a strange, blackened patch of earth, and the air smelled of burnt wood and something worse, something acrid and thick that made my throat tighten. I moved closer, heart thudding so hard I thought it might burst. The sleeping bag was there, or what was left of it, charred and twisted, black smoke stains curling around the edges. And inside, something no one should ever have to see. The body of my friend, burned beyond recognition, slumped inside the remains of that bag. His face, his hands, everything I could have identified was gone, replaced by scorched flesh and ash. The horror of it hit me in waves. I dropped the bottles, they shattered on the ground with a sharp crack, but I barely noticed. I knelt there, trying to piece together what had happened in the 4 hours I'd been gone. Someone must have come into our space. Someone with hate or anger enough to set a man on fire while he was asleep, defenseless in the middle of the woods. The thought made bile rise in my throat. We weren't violent people. We kept to ourselves, avoided trouble. Why would anyone want to do this? Was it random? Was it personal? Did they even know who they were attacking? I looked around. The forest was quiet except for the soft rustling of leaves in the breeze. No footprints, no sign of anyone else. But the ground was soft enough to show marks if you looked close. I scanned the dirt carefully, finding faint prints that didn't match mine or my friends. They were bigger, heavy, like someone with boots had come through. Whoever it was, they'd come in, done this terrible thing, and left quickly. There was no way to call for help out here. No phone signal, no neighbors for miles. I was alone with what had happened. The weight of it crushed me. I wanted to scream, to cry, but there was no one to hear. Only the trees, silent witnesses to a violence they couldn't stop. I sat back on my heels, shaking. I kept thinking about the man I'd known, the one who had survived years living rough, who had seen things no one should have to see, who had always managed to find a way to keep going. And now he was gone, stolen from the world in the worst way imaginable. The hours passed as I sat there, watching the shadows lengthen and the sun begin to dip. I kept telling myself I had to leave, to find someone to tell, but the thought of walking out without him felt wrong, like leaving him behind twice. Finally, when the sky turned dark and the cold began to settle back in, I forced myself to stand. I took one last look at the blackened ground, at the charred sleeping bag, and then started the long walk out. Each step was heavy, slow, like carrying a lead weight in my chest. When I reached the edge of the woods, where the city noise began, the world felt alien. People bustled by, oblivious to the horror that had happened so close to their lives. I wanted to scream for someone to listen, to understand, but the words stuck in my throat. I found a payphone and called the police. I gave them the location, tried to keep my voice steady, but inside I was falling apart. They told me they'd send someone out, but I knew how these things worked. A homeless man dead in the woods wasn't going to make headlines. No one would come looking like they would if it had been someone else. Days later, I went back to the spot, hoping maybe I was wrong, hoping it was all a nightmare. But the ground was still blackened, the smell still lingering faintly. The sleeping bag was gone, probably taken for evidence, or maybe just removed like everything else in a place where no one cared. I never found out who did it. No arrests, no answers. Just a silence as thick as the woods around that spot. The last friend I had from those years, gone in a blaze of cruelty no one deserved. I still think about him, about that morning, about how even the deepest woods, the safest places we found, weren't safe at all. And I know there are others out there lost and alone, who live with that same kind of danger every day. Danger not from nature or the cold, but from other people. Sometimes I wonder if the world would be better off knowing their names, their stories. Or if it's easier just to forget and walk on, pretending nothing ever happened in those woods. But I can't forget. Not that day. Not ever. It was nearly 20 years ago, but the memory is still sharp and unsettling, like it just happened yesterday. I grew up in a small neighborhood in southern Oklahoma, a quiet place, about 15 houses nestled right next to the woods. The woods were thick, full of tall trees that stretched high into the sky, and they edged the neighborhood like a dark, living wall. When I was a kid, I spent almost every free moment out there. The woods were my playground, my secret world. I'd explore new trails, build tree forts, and roam far enough that I was usually able to find my way back without getting lost. I was confident, maybe even a little too comfortable being out there alone or with friends. The area where I spent the most time was just past the woods, where 3 large open fields sat side by side. Each was about the size of a football field, separated by narrow strips of thick trees no wider than 10 feet. These fields felt like open spaces between walls of green, a patchwork of grass and sun with dark, dense forest all around. I knew every inch of those fields and the woods beyond them, or so I thought. That summer afternoon, I had a friend and his little brother over. My friend and I were about 10 or 11, and his little brother was maybe 8. We had been out playing all day, running through the woods, climbing trees, and testing out a small trail I'd made that led toward our school. The trail was rough, narrow, and full of fallen branches and leaves, but it was a shortcut that saved us some time on the walk back. As we headed back, the sun was beginning to lower in the sky. The air was still warm from the day, but there was a coolness creeping in from the shade of the trees. We moved through the furthest field, the one deepest into the woods and furthest from the gate that led back to our neighborhood. The grass was tall and slightly overgrown here, with wildflowers dotting the edges, and the trees were thick and shadowy just beyond the field's borders. That's when we noticed something. To our right, about 5 feet into the thick trees that separated the fields, something was standing still. We had been walking side by side, talking quietly, when my friend stopped dead and pointed. At first, I thought it might be a deer or some kind of animal, but what I saw didn't look like any animal I'd ever seen. It stood straight up, no movement at all. Its shape was roughly human but tall, between 6 and 7 feet tall, definitely taller than any man I knew. The most striking thing was its color. It was pale white, almost glowing against the dark green of the trees. The surface looked smooth, like it was coated with powder or some kind of chalky dust. No texture, no fur or skin wrinkles, just smooth and featureless. Its arms were long, hanging down past its knees, which made it look even stranger. Nothing I'd ever seen before. What was the most unnerving was its face, or rather, the absence of one. There were no eyes, no nose, no mouth. Nothing that looked like a face, just a smooth, blank surface where a face should have been. It was like someone had taken a mannequin and painted it white, but this thing wasn't plastic. It was real. It stood perfectly still, looking directly at us, though without eyes to see with. We froze. I can still feel that frozen moment in my chest. We didn't move or speak for what felt like a minute, maybe longer. The thing just stood there, staring, or at least facing us, unmoving. The silence was heavy, and I could hear my heartbeat thudding in my ears. Then, as if some silent signal passed between us, we bolted. We ran across the field, the grass bending under our feet. The little brother was close behind us. But when I glanced back, I saw it was following. The thing glided over the ground as if it wasn't really walking, barely making a sound. It moved with an effortless smoothness that made it seem like it didn't even need to worry about the trees and uneven ground. It didn't dodge the trees or slow down. It just kept heading straight toward us, always facing us. It was maybe 20 or 30 feet away, but keeping pace like it was shadowing us step for step. I felt my legs pumping harder, adrenaline surging, but somehow the thing didn't seem like it was chasing us. It wasn't aggressive. It just moved silently, relentlessly, always watching. We reached the second field. This one was separated from the first by a thin wall of trees and underbrush. And here, the grass was a bit shorter, more worn down like people and animals passed through regularly. We were all breathing hard now, the little brother especially. But the thing was still there, in the woods on the edge of the field, following, not slowing down. I don't think any of us thought to look around for anything else. Our attention was locked on the pale figure stalking us through the trees. It was like it had no concern for the natural obstacles, no need to weave or dodge. It moved through the forest with ease, almost floating. We crossed into the first field, the closest one to the neighborhood. The gate was about 100 feet ahead of us, our way back to safety. We were sprinting, every muscle burning, eyes fixed on the gate and the line of trees between the first and second field. Then, just as we passed the line of trees, it vanished. 1 second it was there, following us. The next second, nothing. No sound, no movement, no trace of it in the shadows. It was gone, as if it had never been. We didn't stop running until we reached my front door, hearts pounding, gasping for air. Only then did we realize the little brother wasn't with us. Fear hit hard and fast. We dashed back toward the woods, calling for him, pushing through the underbrush, desperate to find him. Just as we neared the gate, there he was, walking out, tears streaming down his face. He looked shaken, pale, and unable to speak. He couldn't say anything for nearly an hour. When he finally did, he told us he had tripped and fallen in the second field and had gotten lost. He hadn't seen us run ahead. He said the figure had stopped and stared at him, just like it did to us, but after a moment, it hadn't moved and let him go. I don't know what we saw that day. I've tried to make sense of it in my head for years, but it doesn't fit any explanation. It wasn't an animal. Too tall, too still, no face, no eyes, no fur, no skin. It wasn't a man. Too tall, too strange looking, and didn't move like a human. When I close my eyes, I still see it standing there, pale and still, with its arms hanging low and its blank, featureless face. I remember how it glided behind us, keeping pace effortlessly, watching us with those impossible eyes that weren't really eyes. I haven't been back to those woods since that day. I don't know if the thing was some kind of animal I didn't understand or something else, but the memory stays clear. Every so often, I imagine that figure waiting at the edge of the trees, still watching. The woods are quiet, but I'll never forget how silent that summer afternoon felt when the thing stepped into our world and followed us home. I set out into Olympic National Park full of excitement and nerves. It was a long trip, 2.5 weeks carrying everything on my back, planning to wander through the dense forests, steep slopes, and the wild coastlines. I knew the park was a place of raw wilderness, where the weather could turn quickly, and the landscape could feel both beautiful and unforgiving. Still, I thought I was prepared. The first few days went mostly as expected. Long hikes, setting up camp by quiet streams, the smell of pine and wet earth in the air, the sound of distant birds, and the steady crunch of my boots on the forest floor. I found a rhythm: get up early, pack, hike for hours, set up camp before dark, eat, sleep, repeat. About a week into the trip, though, something happened that I still struggle to explain clearly. The memory itself feels fragmented, like it's trapped in a fog that won't lift, and the timetable blurs in my mind. I can't say exactly when it happened, only that it was around the time I decided to go off-trail for a bit and try some bushwhacking. I wanted to see parts of the park less traveled, the kind of place where even park rangers might hesitate to go alone. The day before the weirdness started, I had been following a faint game trail. It twisted through thick underbrush, squeezed between towering trees, and climbed steep hillsides that seemed untouched by human feet for years. The trail grew wider the further I went, turning from a thin animal path into something a little more defined, though still rough and wild. By midday on the second day of this detour, I stumbled across a cabin, an abandoned cabin, hidden deep in the forest. It was the kind of place that felt out of time, swallowed up by the woods and forgotten by the world. The roof was sagging under a thick layer of moss and dirt, making it hard to see its original shape. The wooden walls were rotten in places, warped by moisture and age. Vines crawled up one side, and broken windows were boarded or missing altogether. Despite all this decay, the cabin was bigger than I expected. When I pushed the creaky door open, a rush of damp, musty air hit me, like wet stone and old wood and the heavy smell of a crawlspace left to rot. It was stale and thick, the kind of smell that presses down on your lungs and makes you want to breathe shallowly. Inside, the space was surprisingly large. The main room opened up wide, and there was a smaller adjoining room off to the side. But the most strange thing was a third door, one I hadn't noticed from the outside. This door was set low in the wall, opening onto a narrow stone tunnel that sloped down gently. It didn't look like a cellar entrance. There was no way something that long and deep could be hidden from the outside, yet there it was, a dark mouth leading down into the earth. I didn't know what to expect, but curiosity won. I pulled out my flashlight, clicked it on, and started walking down the tunnel. The beam cut through the darkness ahead, but the further I went, the more the light seemed to fade and scatter, until the end was swallowed by blackness I couldn't pierce. The walls were cold stone, rough and damp, and the air grew heavier, thicker with every step. The silence was overwhelming. No drip of water, no scurrying of animals, just an oppressive stillness that pressed against my ears and chest. It felt like the tunnel was swallowing me whole, making the air harder to breathe and my head swim a little. I tried to keep track of how far I had gone. My best guess is about 100 yards. Beyond that, the light disappeared entirely, and a strange dizziness crept over me. My steps became uncertain, and the world tilted as if I were underwater. I'm pretty sure I was breathing poorly. Maybe the air was low on oxygen, or thick with something I couldn't identify. My instincts screamed at me to turn around, and I obeyed, backing out of the tunnel as quickly as I could without tripping. When I finally emerged back inside the cabin, I thought I'd been down there maybe 20 or 30 minutes at most. But when I looked outside, the world had changed completely. The sky was pale, the sun was rising, and the mist was lifting from the trees. It was morning. Somehow, I had spent what felt like nearly a full day inside that cabin, without leaving it or even noticing the passage of time. I was stunned and disoriented. The whole experience was surreal, like I'd stepped into a place where time didn't flow the same way. I didn't want to stay another moment. I packed up quickly and retraced my steps back through the thick woods, the old cabin fading behind me. I forced myself to keep moving, to put distance between me and that strange place. I didn't speak to anyone about it at the time. How could I? The story sounded unbelievable, and I was sure I must have been mistaken, that maybe exhaustion or hunger had made me lose track of time. But even now, thinking back on it, I'm not so sure. The rest of the trip passed without anything nearly as strange. I saw the usual wildlife, the towering trees, the rushing streams, and the endless wilderness. But that cabin, and the tunnel beneath it, remains a knot in my memory, a place where something about the normal rules of the world broke down. I don't know what it was, or if it was even real, but I know one thing: I won't go back there again. Some places in the wild are better left unexplored. I spend a lot of time hunting. It's something I've done my whole life, and there's nowhere I'd rather be on a quiet weekend than out on my dad's property in South Texas. The land is thick with brush, mesquite trees, and those wide open fields that stretch as far as you can see. It's rugged, sometimes unforgiving, but it's home. Most weekends, I like to go alone. It gives me peace, a break from everything, and the chance to focus on the hunt without distractions. This particular weekend was in mid-November. The air was crisp, with that unmistakable chill that sets in when winter starts creeping over South Texas. The sun was still high when I left the truck to start my walk to the blind. It's about a 2-mile trek through the woods, winding along old game trails and patches of grass. Normally, even in the colder months, you see some signs of life on the way. Birds fluttering between the trees, rabbits darting out from the brush, squirrels chasing each other up and down mesquite branches. But this time, it was dead quiet. Not a single bird chirped or a rabbit scurried. Nothing, just the crunch of my boots on dry leaves and twigs. At first, I didn't think much of it. It's winter, animals slow down, and sometimes the land feels like it's holding its breath. But even so, something about the silence felt off, like the woods were too still, like they were waiting for something. When I finally reached the blind, it was starting to get late afternoon. The blind is a simple, weathered wooden box with small windows facing the direction where deer usually come through. It's old but sturdy, built to blend in and give me a good vantage point. I set my pack down and began getting everything ready for the evening. I unpacked my rifle, checked the scope, laid out some scent attractants, and pulled out a small bottle of doe urine from my pack. It's a common lure hunters use to attract bucks, especially during rut season. But even this late in the year, I figured it was worth a shot. The moment I cracked open the bottle, the faint but unmistakable scent started drifting out, mixing with the cold air. Almost immediately, I heard something moving on the ridge behind the blind. It was faint at first, a rustle here, a crack there, but steady like something large was making its way through the brush. I kept my eyes glued to the little windows, scanning back and forth, but I couldn't catch a glimpse of anything. Then, without warning, a loud thud struck the side of the blind. The impact made me jump so hard I nearly dropped the bottle. I was sure it had to be a deer that fell or hit the blind somehow, but I didn't hear the usual panicked sounds of an animal in distress. I swallowed hard and forced myself to peek out the door, heart hammering in my chest. What I saw made my blood run cold. There, lying on the ground beside the blind, was a huge rock, easily 30 pounds or more. The side of the blind was dented where it hit, splintered with cracking around the spot. Whoever or whatever had thrown it had to be close. I looked around the ridge and behind the blind again, but there was no sign of anything moving. I grabbed my rifle with a shaky hand. The cold had nothing on the chill running down my spine. I muttered a curse under my breath, probably loud enough to be heard from miles away. Fuck this, I thought. Without hesitation, I threw the blind door open, jumped down the 6 or 7 feet to the ground, and started running back toward camp as fast as my legs could carry me. My breath came out in sharp bursts, the sound echoing through the still woods. My mind was racing with all the worst possibilities. Junkies or squatters hiding in the woods, some desperate person with a weapon, maybe even someone out there looking to cause trouble. The thought of wild hogs didn't help either. They'd been moving into the area over the past few years, and people warned me about their aggressive behavior. The whole way back, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something chasing me. But the woods stayed quiet. No shouts, no footsteps, no other rocks flying. Just silence. And strangely, that night, I didn't hear a single coyote yelp or howl, which is something you always hear out in the Texas brush. Usually, their calls fill the night, eerie and distant, but not that night. It was as if the animals themselves had vanished. I didn't sleep well that night, and I made up my mind to pack up early the next morning. I got in my truck before dawn and drove away without looking back. The feeling I had out there, the silence, the rock, it didn't make sense, but it made me realize how alone you really are out there sometimes. I've been back to that property a few times over the last couple of years, but never near that blind or that ridge. There are wild hogs everywhere now, and that's enough to keep me off the trails. The silence I felt that day, the sense that something was watching me or waiting for me, I don't want to feel that again. I still love hunting, but sometimes the woods remind you they don't belong to you, and sometimes it's better to just leave them be. When I was 12 years old, I spent a lot of time out in the woods behind my granddad's house near Red River, New Mexico. We were lucky to live right next to Carson National Forest, and he had a little private trail that ran deep into the forest. It wasn't an official path, not one the park rangers or hikers would use. It was more like an old logging road that my granddad had kept clear over the years, just for himself and family. I spent many winters riding my snowmobile out there, exploring the snow-covered wilderness, enjoying the quiet and the cold air that always smelled like pine and fresh snow. One day, it was late afternoon, and the sky was already starting to turn a dull gray, heavy with clouds that threatened snow. I had ridden about 15 miles down the trail when my snowmobile, an old machine my granddad had fixed up for me, suddenly sputtered and died. The engine wouldn't start again no matter what I tried. I pulled the choke, twisted the throttle, and gave it a few more kicks, but the motor was silent. I was stuck. No way to call for help, no cell phone signal out there, and the trail was private, meaning hardly anyone ever came through. I was alone, miles from home, and the sun was dipping lower in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees. I knew I had to start walking back because it would only get darker and colder. I packed my small backpack, which had some snacks, water, and a flashlight, just in case. I made sure to leave the snowmobile where it was, hoping my granddad would come find it later. The thought of spending the night out there wasn't something I wanted to face, especially at my age. The trail back was rough and narrow. Snow covered the ground in thick patches, making my boots slippery and cold. The air smelled sharp and crisp. The trees around me stood tall and dense, mostly spruce and fir, their branches heavy with snow. The silence was so deep that every crunch of my footsteps on the snow sounded loud, like a signal to whoever might be out there. I tried not to think about what might be lurking in the forest, but the mind has a way of filling empty spaces with shadows. About halfway back, maybe 7 or 8 miles from where I had left the snowmobile, I saw something, or rather someone. At first, I thought I might be hallucinating because I wasn't expecting to see anyone else out there. The trail was private, and it was late in the day, too far from the town for anyone to just be wandering around. But there he was, a man walking slowly along the path, heading deeper into the forest, away from town and away from my granddad's house. He looked rough, wearing a heavy, worn-out coat and a hat pulled low over his face. His boots were muddy and his posture stiff, like he was used to moving through the wilderness for long stretches. He didn't carry any visible gear or tools. I didn't say anything. I didn't even make eye contact. We passed each other in silence, the kind of quiet that feels thick and uncomfortable. The cold air bit at my cheeks and nose, but I could feel my heart pounding harder. As soon as we crossed paths, I started running. I didn't look back once. My breath came out in sharp puffs, my legs pushed hard against the uneven ground, and all I wanted was to get out of there. I kept running until the trees began to thin, and I caught sight of the first few rooftops of the houses in the small town. When I finally reached my granddad's house, the relief was overwhelming. I burst inside, shaking from cold and fear. He helped me warm up and listened quietly when I told him about the snowmobile breaking down and the man I saw. I could see the concern in his eyes, but he didn't say much. Later that evening, after I had eaten and warmed up with a fire, my granddad shared a story. He told me about a man named Brian O'Brien, who supposedly lived in an old mine shaft somewhere deep in those woods. Brian had been known as a loner, someone who stayed hidden and off the grid. My granddad said he had lived in that area for over 30 years, but had never actually seen Brian himself. Just stories and warnings passed down through the years. Hearing that made my skin crawl, and for the first time, I wondered if the man I saw that day might have been Brian O'Brien. I never went out on that trail alone again, especially when it was getting dark. The woods felt different after that, more mysterious, more dangerous. Even now, years later, I still think about that day and who that man might have been, and what he was doing so far from town and on a private trail. The forest was supposed to be a place I knew, a place of safety and freedom, but that encounter reminded me how little I really understood the wilderness and the people who choose to live hidden inside it. Back in the 1990s, I was part of a band that spent most of our time on the road, touring from city to city across the United States. We were a tight-knit group of 6, crammed into whatever vehicles we could get our hands on, usually a small car for the lead, and a pickup truck with a shell over the bed for all our gear and the rest of us. Our life was a constant cycle of driving, setting up, playing shows, and moving on. Often, that meant driving late at night after a gig ended, usually around 2 in the morning, when the roads were mostly empty and the night stretched long and quiet around us. We'd use those early morning hours to cover miles and miles, trying to get a chunk of the journey done before crashing somewhere to sleep for a few hours. Our base was Los Angeles, and early on, we mostly toured the West Coast, up to Vancouver and back, a couple of times. Then we decided to expand and push eastward, crossing deserts and plains, stopping in cities like Phoenix, Albuquerque, and further on to Texas and Illinois. The driving was long and tiring, but there was a rhythm to it. The music, the cramped space, the conversations in the car, or the quiet moments where everyone just stared out the windows. This one night stands out more than most, probably because of how weird and unsettling it felt. It wasn't the kind of story you tell about a great show or a wild party. It was just something strange and raw that made me want to keep driving, keep moving, as far away as possible. We were driving somewhere in Arizona, though I can't remember exactly where. The lead car, which had our vocalist and drummer, suddenly pulled off the freeway. That was usually a sign someone needed gas, or maybe a bathroom break. Remember, this was before cell phones were everywhere, so you had to stop and ask, or just wait it out if you ran into trouble. Eric, our keyboardist, was driving the pickup truck behind them. Eric was a big guy, friendly enough, but definitely had that classic stoner vibe. Laid back, but always a little paranoid about things. I was riding shotgun next to him. We followed the lead car off the freeway at the bottom of an off-ramp near Ash Fork, Arizona. We saw the usual signs you'd expect near a highway exit. There was a freeway gas station sign, bright and clear, but then there was also an old, faded gas station sign that pointed to the right. It was dusty and looked like it hadn't been updated in years. What was strange was that, even though the sign pointed right, when you looked around, there were no other lights or signs of civilization in sight. Just desert and scrub brush stretching out under the night sky. The lead car took that right turn off the off-ramp, so Eric followed, though he was complaining quietly about it. He kept saying it was a dead end and a waste of time. I remember arguing back, telling him that if they needed gas, then we should stop and check it out. Running out of fuel in the middle of nowhere isn't exactly the best situation to be in. The road itself was narrow and winding, and after a few minutes of driving, we were maybe 3/4 of a mile from the freeway, if that. It was surprising to see any trees at all. Arizona is desert, after all, but there were patches of scrub and low trees that kept the view limited. The sky was clear and full of stars, but the darkness around us felt heavy, almost thick. Then, as we rounded a bend in the road, a faint light appeared in the distance. It looked like a small building, maybe a gas station. It was definitely the source of the dim glow. I breathed a little easier and told Eric so. He muttered, "Thank God." But then he paused, looking a little tense. That's when we both noticed the lead car. Instead of pulling in slowly to the gas station like you'd expect, they zipped quickly past the pumps and were heading straight back toward us, speeding in a way that didn't feel right. As they passed, I caught a glimpse of their faces. They looked like they were losing it. Some were rocking back and forth, others holding their heads, and all of them were screaming in this weird mix of panic and laughter, like they'd seen something that shook them to the core, but was too bizarre not to laugh about. The whole scene set my nerves on edge. I looked at Eric and started yelling for him to drive faster, but he seemed frozen for a moment, like he was trying to figure out what was going on. Slowly, we pulled into the gas station parking lot. The place was the kind of rundown you'd only see in movies or the worst parts of backcountry road trips. The building was small, probably just a 2-pump gas station with a tiny mini-mart and a 1-car garage attached to the side. The windows of the mini-mart were cracked and dirty, the shelves inside either empty or stripped bare. It looked like it hadn't been stocked in years, or maybe ever. Then there was the old man, sitting right outside the mini-mart on a wooden rocking chair with no clothes on. Just sitting there in the cold desert night, grinning wide, his teeth bright and eyes fixed on us like he'd been waiting for something or someone. His smile was so broad it didn't seem real. It was like he was amused or mocking us or just insane. The sight was enough to make my stomach churn. As we continued moving slowly through the lot, my eyes caught something worse. Hanging in the garage bay was what looked like a skinned cow. The hide peeled back, muscles and sinew exposed, the whole thing dripping with what looked like old, dried blood. Nearby, standing almost like a statue, was a huge white man, easily 6 feet tall and at least 400 pounds. He wore nothing but overalls, no shirt underneath, no shoes, no hat, just that rag covering his face. It looked like a mask, but it didn't hide his eyes, and they moved with us as we drove past. His head tracked the truck, following us, never blinking. It was one of those moments where you think maybe it's some kind of prank or movie set, but the dead seriousness in his eyes told you otherwise. My heart slammed against my ribs. I screamed at Eric to get the hell out of there. He hit the gas and peeled away, tires squealing on the cracked asphalt. I kept looking back, half expecting the man to move toward the truck, but he stayed put, standing rigid. Once we hit the ramp back onto the interstate, I could feel the adrenaline fading and exhaustion creeping in. We didn't speak. There was no need. After a few miles, we caught up with the lead car pulled over on the side of the freeway. The others were outside, pacing and jumping around, trying to shake the weird energy off them. What was that? They kept asking, but none of us had an answer. For years after, none of us ever wanted to get off at Ash Fork again. The memory of that night stayed with me, a reminder of how strange and unsettling the world can be when you least expect it. That little gas station wasn't just a pit stop. It was a glimpse into something raw and terrifying, stripped of any gloss or safety. We learned to keep driving, to stick to the main roads, and to trust our instincts when something felt wrong. Because out there, in the middle of nowhere, there are places you don't want to find and people you don't want to meet. Last weekend, I decided to go on a solo camping trip. I needed a break from everything, work, city noise, people. So I packed up my gear, grabbed my dog, and headed into the wilderness. The plan was simple: hike about 10 miles from the nearest dirt road, find a quiet spot, set up camp, and spend the night away from everything. No distractions, just me, my dog, and the woods. I started early that afternoon. The weather was clear, with a pale blue sky and a few soft clouds drifting lazily. The air smelled fresh, pine, damp earth, and the faint scent of wildflowers. The trail was rough but manageable, mostly packed dirt and rocks, winding through thick forest. My dog was happy, sniffing every tree and bush, occasionally darting off after a squirrel or bird, then coming back with his tongue hanging out. By late afternoon, I found the perfect clearing. It was a small flat area, surrounded by tall trees, mostly pine and oak. The ground was soft with moss and fallen leaves. There was a little stream nearby, its gentle burble adding to the peacefulness. I set my backpack down and began to unpack. The sun was dipping low, casting long shadows and bathing everything in golden light. I gathered some dry wood and twigs to build a fire, then set up my small tent on a patch of grass just a few yards from the stream. My dog, exhausted from the hike, curled up next to me while I worked. As the fire caught and started to crackle, I felt that familiar warmth and comfort. I cooked a simple dinner, some canned stew heated over the flames, and ate slowly, listening to the sounds around me. The rustling leaves, the distant call of birds settling in for the night, the water running over rocks. It was around 8:30 p.m. when the first strange sound hit me. It started softly, almost like a far-off wind, but then it grew louder, turning into a clear, piercing siren. It wasn't the usual emergency siren that I'd heard in towns. It was exactly like the one from that Silent Hill movie, the eerie, almost mechanical wail that seems to cut through everything. The noise felt completely out of place here, deep in the wilderness, far from any town or city. It lasted for maybe a minute, then stopped as suddenly as it started. At first, I thought maybe I was imagining it. Maybe it was some kind of animal or strange wind. But no, it was definitely a siren. It made my skin crawl. I looked around, my dog suddenly alert, ears perked and body stiff. The forest was quiet again, just the natural sounds of the night taking over. But I was on edge. That siren shattered the calm in a way nothing else could. I sat by the fire, poking at the flames, watching my dog as he lay beside me. Every little noise, the snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, made me jump. The sky was dark now, but the stars were out, bright and steady. The moon was a thin crescent, barely lighting the forest floor. After a while, I tried to convince myself it was just some prank, or maybe a leftover test siren from some emergency system I hadn't heard about. I pulled out my phone to check for any alerts or messages, but there was no signal here, no bars at all. No way to verify what I'd heard. The night grew colder. I wrapped myself tighter in my jacket, made sure my dog was close. Then, just as I was settling in, the siren sounded again. Same eerie tone, same long, slow wail that rose and fell like a banshee's cry. It pierced through the natural sounds again, making the hairs on my neck stand up. I froze, heart pounding. My dog growled softly, standing and looking toward the dark trees at the edge of the clearing. I shone my flashlight in that direction, but there was nothing. No movement, no figures, just the shadows of trees swaying in the night breeze. I listened for a long time after the siren stopped. Only the quiet, the crackling fire, the occasional rustle of leaves. The silence seemed almost louder than before. I tried to sleep, but it was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I could still hear the ringing in my ears from that siren. I kept hearing little things in the woods, the snap of branches, faint rustles, the occasional low growl or howl far off. My dog refused to lie down, pacing around the tent, ears alert and tail stiff. The siren sounded again, maybe 2 or 3 more times over the next few hours. Each time, it felt louder and closer. It never lasted more than a minute, but the way it sliced through the peaceful night was enough to keep me on edge. At one point, I noticed the wind had picked up. The temperature dropped noticeably. The fire flickered wildly, and the shadows cast by the flames stretched and danced in strange shapes. The forest felt different, less welcoming. Even my dog seemed tense, his nose twitching as he sniffed the air. I wondered if maybe some kind of weather event was coming. Tornado sirens make sense if a tornado is nearby. But the weather had been calm all day, and I hadn't seen any dark clouds or storms. Just clear skies and a faint breeze. When dawn finally broke, I packed up quickly, eager to leave. I took my time retracing the trail, but the forest still felt heavy, quiet in a way that wasn't natural. My dog stayed close, occasionally glancing over his shoulder. Back in town, I headed straight to the ranger station. I asked if anyone had reported tornado sirens or emergency alerts last night in the area. They looked puzzled. They told me there was no tornado warning system there. No sirens like that for miles. The closest town that used sirens was over 30 miles away, and they hadn't sounded any alarms recently. Afterward, I did some digging online. Nothing. No warnings, no test sirens, no reports of strange sounds. The weather services showed no storms, no emergencies. Local news had no reports. It was like the sound never happened. I've thought about it a lot since then. Maybe it was a prank by some kids with a speaker, but who would haul that equipment so far into the woods? Or maybe some old, forgotten emergency system malfunctioned? But the area doesn't have any official sirens. The fact that the sound was so clear and loud, that it came multiple times, and that it was that exact eerie mechanical wail, has stuck with me. It wasn't an animal, or a natural sound, or any wind effect I know. The wilderness felt safer during the day, but at night, surrounded by trees and darkness, that siren was something else entirely. Something that reminded me how alone and vulnerable you can be when far from help. I still don't have an answer for what I heard, but I know I won't be camping alone that far out anytime soon. The woods can be peaceful and beautiful, but they can also hide things you don't understand. And that night, that sound made me realize just how alone you can feel in the middle of nowhere. My grandpa was always someone who loved the outdoors. Hunting was his thing. Not just any hunting, but coon hunting. He had a pack of purebred coon dogs, the kind that had won trophies at dog shows all over the state. He took pride in them, well-trained, fierce when they needed to be, but smart too. Those dogs were more than pets. They were partners. One late fall day, he decided to go out for a hunt. The woods behind his house were thick, quiet, and perfect for what he wanted. The property was big, several acres of cornfields running right up to dense patches of trees. The forest was a patchwork of oaks and maples, their leaves turning brown and orange, crisp underfoot. It was that time of year when the air carried a sharp bite, but the sun still warmed your back when it broke through the branches. He had his shotgun strapped on, and the 3 dogs were eager to get moving. They knew the routine. The morning had started like any other, quiet, calm, routine hunting. They moved slowly across the cornfield, the dry stalks snapping and rustling as they walked. That's when he saw it. Up in one of the big trees, hanging between thick branches, was something that didn't belong there. At first, from a distance, it looked like a dark shape, maybe some kind of large animal stuck up there. But as he got closer, the shape became clearer. It was a snowmobile, just hanging there in the tree, like someone had lobbed it up and caught it in the branches. His first thought was something along the lines of, "What kind of hillbilly motherfucker does this?" It made no sense. Snowmobiles aren't light, and they certainly aren't the kind of thing you'd expect to find stuck in a tree. He scanned the area, looking for tracks, signs of who might have done this or why. But the ground was rough, covered in dry leaves and broken corn stalks. There were no fresh tire marks leading away from the spot, no footprints, nothing to explain why or how it got there. The dogs were tense, low growls rolling softly from their throats. They sensed something was off too, but they trusted him. He gripped his gun a little tighter and moved on. Further into the tree line, the woods thickened. The light grew dimmer beneath the heavy canopy. He kept walking, dogs sniffing the ground, ears twitching at every crack and snap. Suddenly, he stumbled onto something else. An old barn, but not like the kind you usually see on a farm. This barn was strange, open-ended on both sides, without the usual triangular gables that give a barn its shape. It was more like a long, narrow tunnel made of wood, with rough boards nailed across the sides. He stepped inside, and his boots echoed softly on the wooden floor. The inside was bizarre. Platforms ran along both sides, like stages or risers. Neon paintings decorated the walls and ceiling, colors glowing faintly even in the half-light, bright greens, blues, reds, twisted into shapes that didn't make much sense, maybe skulls or eyes or creepy faces. The air smelled like old wood and something faintly chemical, like paint or fuel. He realized, almost immediately, that he wasn't just on some random piece of abandoned farm property. This place was set up for something else. Then it hit him. He had wandered onto a haunted hayride attraction during the off-season. The place had been left to rot, but it still had that eerie sense of purpose, like it had been designed to scare people, to make them jump and scream and run. But now it was just empty. No lights, no sounds, no people. Just silence, and the way the boards creaked when he moved. He checked his watch. The sun was already low, shadows stretching long across the floorboards. The dogs were restless, pulling at their leads, wanting to move on. He turned and headed back out through the barn, keeping his eyes peeled for anything else that seemed out of place. The woods were silent as he moved back through them, but the feeling stuck with him, that this place, this property that he knew so well, held secrets he hadn't known about. Not ghosts or monsters, but something stranger, a forgotten slice of human nonsense, left to slowly rot in the cold autumn air. He made his way back across the field, dogs tired but still alert, and that snowmobile hanging in the tree faded behind him. He didn't stop to try and figure out how it got there. Some things weren't meant to be explained. When he finally got home, he cleaned his guns, fed the dogs, and poured himself a drink. But he never forgot that day. The day when the woods behind his house didn't feel like his woods anymore. The day he found a snowmobile in a tree and a haunted hayride barn waiting silently in the shadows. The night was so dark it swallowed everything whole. I've been through plenty of dark nights, but that one in the Vietnam jungle felt like the absolute blackest of the black. The sky was covered by a low, thick blanket of clouds, so dense that not a single star could shine through. No moonlight, no distant glow from cities or villages. Nothing but pitch black, like the world had been wiped clean of light. It was the kind of darkness where you couldn't even see your own hands in front of your face, where the night stretched out endlessly in every direction. The only thing that existed was the earth beneath my boots and the invisible weight of the jungle pressing all around me. I had a military wristwatch strapped to my left wrist. Its luminous dial glowed brightly, bright enough to light up a patch of jungle floor 10 meters away like a small street lamp. It was surreal. I didn't have a flashlight, and I didn't want one. Flashlights gave away your position in the jungle, and on nights like this, you learn to move with the darkness, to respect it. But this faint glow from my watch was something else. It felt almost like a beacon, a small spot of light in the unending black. As I shifted my gaze to the ground, I noticed something strange. The earth all around me was glowing faintly in a pale yellow-green light. At first, I thought it was a trick of the eye, maybe something reflecting the watch's glow. But the glow wasn't from any shiny object. It was coming from the dead leaves scattered on the jungle floor. It was a soft, eerie light, almost like the ground was breathing with a quiet, green fire beneath me. The live plants didn't shine. Only the dead leaves glowed, and only just enough to outline their shapes in the darkness. I knelt down and stared closer. The glow was real and unmistakable. It was like the jungle floor was covered in tiny lanterns, each leaf shimmering with a faint, unnatural light. I guessed it was phosphorus in the soil, though I'd never seen anything like this. The effect was both unsettling and strangely beautiful. It looked like a hidden world, an underground carnival lit by nature's secret hand. Then, I saw a beetle crawling slowly over one of those glowing leaves. Its shell was lit up too, as if it had eaten the glowing stuff. The little creature looked like a tiny UFO in the darkness, shining like a moving star in the jungle. A few moments later, a millipede passed by, a long, wriggling thing, its body dotted with bright phosphorescent spots that flickered as it moved. It looked like a disco ball on legs, pulsing softly in the jungle night. I stayed there, watching that strange light show for a while. The silence around me was heavy. Not just silence in the usual sense, but a thick, oppressive quiet that made my own breathing sound loud and foreign. The jungle, always alive with noises during the day, was dead quiet at that moment. It was like everything was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. No distant gunfire, no rustling animals, no whisper of the wind. Just me, the glowing leaves, and the crawling insects lighting up the jungle floor. I had a lot to think about that night. War, death, fear. Everything that had been pushed aside during the day came crashing back in the dark. The jungle was a cruel place. It didn't care who you were, where you came from, or what you believed in. It was just there, indifferent and patient. The glowing leaves felt like some strange sign from the war gods, if such things existed, reminding me of the fragility of life and the eerie beauty hidden even in the darkest places. I told myself it was just beautiful. That was all I could make of it at the time. No grand meaning, no divine message. Just nature doing its strange, quiet thing. Later, after the war, I wrote about that night on Reddit. It stuck with me because it was one of those moments that felt like a window into something bigger, even if I couldn't quite understand what. Looking back, I think the glow was nature's reminder. A reminder that even in the deepest, darkest nights, life finds a way to shine. Not always loud or bright, sometimes just faint and hidden, waiting for someone to notice. It's the small things that matter. Those tiny lights in the dead leaves, the quiet persistence of the beetle crawling through the night, the millipede's slow dance across the jungle floor. The war took many things from me, but that night in the jungle gave me a glimpse of something else. Something untouched by violence or fear. It was a moment of pure stillness and strange, glowing beauty in a world turned upside down. A moment that, in its own quiet way, gave me hope. In the end, the darkness didn't swallow me whole. It showed me that even the darkest night has a secret light waiting to be found. And sometimes that's enough. I was driving back home from my friend's place late one night, around 1 or 2 a.m. The roads were mostly empty, and the sky was a thick black blanket with no moon or stars to break it up. It was the kind of night where everything feels heavier, like the darkness is pressing down on you from every side. I live out in western Massachusetts, in a pretty rural area, so most of the drive was through woods and empty stretches. Not a lot of streetlights, just the beams from my car cutting through the dark. There's this one stretch of road I always notice when I drive at night. It's about 3/4 of a mile long, and it's covered on both sides by this dense canopy of trees that grow close to the road, their branches stretching overhead to make a tunnel. Even during the day, it's shady, but at night, it's almost impossible to see much at all. The high beams don't help much because the trees block the light, and the road itself just seems to vanish into blackness. I guess people who live around here get used to it, but I always feel a little on edge driving through that section alone. That night, I was driving through it, not really paying much attention, just focused on the road, my hands on the wheel. The radio was off. No music or anything. Just me and the hum of the car engine. The air was cold, even though it was spring, and I had the window slightly cracked. I like the sound of the wind rushing past. It keeps me alert. Maybe that's why I noticed it before I should have. About 100 feet ahead on the right side of the road, maybe 6 feet off the pavement, I saw something standing. At first, it was just a shape in the shadows, a dark figure that didn't belong. The shape was too tall for any animal I was used to seeing around here. Deer, coyotes, raccoons, none of them stood upright. But this thing did. It was standing on 2 legs like a person. I slowed the car down a little, squinting, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It didn't look like any animal I'd seen before. Not a bear, not a moose. It was too slim and too tall, and it didn't have the usual animal posture. It looked wrong, like something was off in the way it held itself. Its body was skinny, but its limbs were long and thin. It was easily at least 6 feet tall, maybe taller, but it had the shape of a coyote. That's what threw me off the most, the head and face. It looked like a coyote's, but the face didn't line up right with what I knew. Its eyes were the worst part. They were too big and set too far apart. There was a sharpness to the way they caught the light from my headlights, but they didn't look like animal eyes. They were almost human, too expressive, too focused. I got this sinking feeling in my stomach, the kind you get when you see something deeply wrong, but can't immediately explain why. I kept staring, trying to process what I was looking at. The creature stayed completely still, just watching me as I got closer. I swear the moment our eyes met, I felt my breath catch. It was like the thing was reading me, sizing me up. It made me feel nauseous, like I was staring at something unnatural. I remember thinking, this can't be real. I must be hallucinating or tired. But no, it was there, in the flesh, standing just feet from the road. I'm not the type to scare easily. I grew up around the woods, camping and hiking since I was a kid. I know what coyotes look like, and I've seen a lot of wildlife. This wasn't any coyote I knew. As I got closer, about 30 feet away, the creature shifted slightly. Not running, not moving fast, just a subtle movement that made my skin crawl. Its head tilted almost sideways, like it was trying to figure me out or decide something. That's when my heart really started pounding. My hands gripped the steering wheel tighter. I don't remember much about how I reacted after that moment. I think I must have frozen for a second, caught between fear and disbelief. Then I slammed the gas, gunning the engine and pushing the car forward faster than I should have. The whole time, I kept looking in my side mirror, expecting it to chase me or run after the car, but it just stayed there, standing tall and watching as I sped away. I didn't stop until I pulled into my driveway, about 20 miles later. When I got home, my hands were shaking so badly, I almost dropped the keys. I locked every door and window, even though I was inside and safe, and kept looking out through the blinds, half expecting to see it somewhere nearby. But it was gone. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the couch, trying to make sense of what I saw. I told myself it was a trick of the light or some weird animal deformity. Maybe someone's messed up dog or a coyote with some strange illness. But the more I thought about it, the less sense any explanation made. It felt like something else entirely, something ancient and wrong. I've read about skinwalkers and wendigos before, stories from Native American folklore about creatures that change form and stalk the woods. I never believed them, not really. But what I saw that night made me wonder if there's some truth to those stories. I haven't driven that road at night since. I stick to the highway, even if it adds time to my trip. The memory of that creature is burned into my mind. The way it stood so still and tall, the way its eyes seemed almost human but cold and hungry. I've never told anyone close to me about it because I don't want to sound crazy. But writing this down now, I realize how much it shook me. I don't know what that thing was, but I know it wasn't just an animal. Sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I think about those eyes watching me from the woods. And it makes me wonder, what else is out there, just beyond the edge of the light, waiting for someone to see it? When I was about 6 or 7 years old, my family lived in a trailer house way out in the country. The kind of place where you don't have neighbors right next door. Our closest neighbor was maybe 3 miles away, and even that was a stretch. It was quiet out there, really quiet, especially at night, and the darkness felt heavier, somehow thicker. We had some stories about weird things happening around the area. Most of it was just talk, local rumors, stuff you hear when you live near the woods and a big cemetery that's only half a mile from our trailer. But none of those stories really mattered compared to what my brother and I saw one night. It was the weirdest, creepiest thing I've ever experienced, and the crazy part is my brother saw it too. I know we weren't just imagining things, because he was there and saw it just as clearly as I did. Our trailer had a small addition built onto the back, an extra room made just for me and my brother, so we'd have a bit more space. Before that room was built, we shared a bed, which was normal for us back then. My brother was about 14 or 15 years old at the time. He was way bigger and older, and I always thought it was kind of cool sleeping next to him. That night, my dad was working his late shift. He worked from about 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., so he wasn't around. My mom had gone out of town for a barrel race competition that would last a day or two, so it was just the two of us in the trailer. The clock was probably about 1 a.m. when we were lying in bed, trying to fall asleep. The night outside was completely dark. We had a porch light on, but it only reached so far. The way the addition room was set up, the porch light cut off just a few yards away, and behind the trailer, where one of those old-school, giant propane tanks sat, it was pitch black. The propane tank was about 20 yards behind the addition, close enough to hear noises if you really listened, but too far for the porch light to reach. Moonlight gave just a little bit of light, but with the trees and bushes around it, the area was almost completely shadowed. We were lying there, half awake, when we heard a soft, rhythmic duong duong dung sound. It wasn't loud, but it was clear, the kind of sound you get when you lightly tap a metal propane tank with your heel or a hard shoe. We both stopped and listened. It was coming from right behind the trailer, near the propane tank. "What's that?" I whispered to my brother. He didn't say anything, just sat up slowly, and so did I. We got out of bed and crept over to the window that faced the propane tank. The window was behind a huge entertainment shelf that held the TV and our old Nintendo. We carefully peeked through the blinds, and that's when we saw it. There was a small, dark silhouette sitting right on top of the propane tank. It looked like a little man, maybe a child, but the shape was strange. It was just sitting there, kicking its feet back and forth, its heels hitting the metal tank with those same soft duong sounds. The figure was small, maybe the size of a kid about my age or younger, but the shape of the head and the way it moved didn't look right. The silhouette was just a dark shadow with no clear features, like someone cut out of black paper. We froze, watching it for what felt like forever. Then, almost without thinking, my brother pushed the entertainment shelf against the window blinds. The shelf scraped loudly across the blinds, making a crashing noise. The silhouette immediately stopped kicking its feet and turned its head slowly toward the window. I could almost feel its eyes on us, like it was staring right through the glass. The look of it, whatever it was, made my stomach drop. It didn't look like a person or an animal I had ever seen before. It was wrong. We both screamed and ran, faster than I thought we could move. We didn't stop until we got to our parents' bedroom, where we locked the door and sat on the floor, panting and wide-eyed, trying to catch our breath. We stayed there for about 10 minutes, listening to every little sound, waiting for something to happen. But the trailer stayed silent. Nothing else moved or made noise. Eventually, we calmed down enough to go back to our room. We were still scared, but curious. We looked back out the window where we had seen the figure. It was gone, completely gone, like it had never been there at all. The night was just quiet again, with only the soft rustling of leaves in the breeze. Then we heard the dogs. Our family had several big outside dogs, guard dogs that roamed the pasture and the yard. Suddenly, their barking exploded into frantic, loud yells, sharp and desperate. The dogs were chasing something in the pasture. We ran over to the other window that looked out toward the pasture and saw them hauling ass after something. Whatever it was faster than the dogs. We could barely make out a dark shape running fast through the grass, something moving too quickly for even the big dogs to catch. We never saw what the dogs were chasing that night, and no one ever explained it. We told our parents what happened the next day, but my dad just joked about it, saying maybe it was a leprechaun or some silly nonsense. That didn't make us feel any better. We both knew it was something real, something strange, and definitely not a joke. A few nights later, the same thing happened again. The dogs started barking and chasing something across the pasture, just like before. Whatever it was moved so fast, so smooth, the dogs couldn't catch it. That second night was even weirder because this time, we both stayed awake to watch. The darkness hid the shape, but we both saw movement, a quick flash of something small and dark that ran circles and zigzags, completely outpacing the dogs. That whole week after those nights, I kept thinking about that little shadow on the propane tank. How did it get there? What was it? It didn't look human, but it acted like it was watching us. The way it kicked its feet like a kid, but then turned to look right at us, that image is burned into my memory forever. I remember lying awake many nights after that, staring out the window, waiting to see if it would come back. But it never did. The dogs kept barking sometimes, chasing things I never saw. And sometimes, when the night was especially quiet, I could swear I heard those soft, duong sounds from the propane tank, like little footsteps or a heel tapping the metal. I never figured out what we saw or what it was. I've asked my brother about it over the years, and he still gets chills thinking about it. Neither of us has a good explanation, and I've never told anyone else because it sounds crazy. But it happened. We both saw it, clear as day. That small silhouette on the propane tank, sitting there in the dark, watching us. It's the weirdest thing that ever happened to me as a kid. And even now, years later, I'm still not sure if it was some kind of animal or person or something else entirely. All I know is that it was real, and I hope I never see something like that again. That event in the North Atlantic still sticks in my mind like it happened yesterday, even though it was back in 2011. I was working on a research vessel, one of those ships designed for serious ocean study, with gear everywhere, always collecting data from beneath the waves. We were on a long trip, far from shore, in that deep, cold stretch of ocean where the horizon blends into gray sky and the sea smells of salt and cold metal. The crew was used to long hours, rough weather, and strange things out there, but nothing prepared me for what we saw one night. The watch I was on was the midnight to 4 a.m. shift. It was dead quiet out there, the kind of silence that makes every creak of the ship sound loud, every drip of water off the rails noticeable. The sea was calm, just a slow swell, and the sky was thick with low clouds, heavy and gray. We were miles from any land, nothing but water in every direction and a cold wind biting at our faces when we went on deck for fresh air. Then it happened. Out of nowhere, this insane bright light shot down into the ocean. It wasn't like a falling star or a flare dropping with a slow arc and a burnout. It moved fast, straight and sharp like a missile, cutting right through the low clouds. The color was the most unnatural thing, neon green, like something you'd see glowing in a science lab, but way brighter, blinding even when you tried not to look directly at it. It wasn't just a light, it was like a living beam, cutting through the night sky and the clouds like a knife through butter. The whole sky around the ship lit up green, the clouds split apart in a perfect, clean line where the thing passed. There was no sound at all. No boom, no crack, nothing. Just that bright, piercing light flying downward and then disappearing into the ocean. It kept glowing as it sank into the water, and we watched, fascinated and frozen, until it reached some depth where the light no longer escaped to the surface. The green glow dimmed and then vanished entirely, swallowed by the dark sea. The entire watch, about 5 of us, saw it. Everyone was quiet for a long time afterward, just staring out into the spot where it had gone down, trying to make sense of it. No one spoke at first. We all knew it wasn't anything normal, not a flare, not a plane, not a meteor, and definitely not anything man-made. The confusion hung thick around us like the fog. Everyone had their own guesses, but no one had any answers. We checked our instruments, the radar, the ship's cameras, but there was no sign of anything unusual besides that light. No contact on the radios, no weird weather reports, no other ships nearby. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what we'd seen, that bright, unnatural glow. The way it just disappeared like it belonged to another world entirely. I kept wondering if it was some kind of secret military experiment or a weird natural phenomenon we'd never heard of. But no one on the ship had any clue. Then the next night happened. It was even stranger. Around the same time the night before, the sky exploded with birds. I've been on ships for years, and I've never seen anything like this. Suddenly, thousands of seabirds appeared, flying all over the place like they were caught in some invisible storm. They weren't just near the coast where you'd expect flocks, but way out in the middle of the ocean where there's normally nothing but water and wind. They were confused, flying low, bumping into the ship, flying directly into the radar domes, falling into the water, exhausted and stunned. Some of the birds were species I didn't even think could be that far out. We had puffins, gulls, terns, and some bigger birds I didn't recognize at first, ones more common near shore or in colder climates. The chaos was complete, birds crashing into the deck lights, feathers flying everywhere, some drowned trying to land on the rough water around us. We tried to avoid hitting them with the ship, but it was impossible to steer clear of every one. The noise was incredible, squawks, flapping wings, and the thuds of birds hitting metal or falling into the ocean. It looked like we'd sailed into some kind of invisible barrier or funnel, a bird portal of sorts, as I half-joked with myself. But it wasn't funny. It was creepy. The whole thing felt wrong, like nature was off balance or reacting to something beneath the waves we couldn't see. The birds were panicked, scared, and utterly confused. I remember watching one bird circle the deck, struggling to stay upright, then suddenly smacking straight into a radar dome and tumbling off the side of the ship. That night, the entire crew was on edge. The birds flew around us for hours, long after sunset, and the chaos finally began to die down only after midnight. By morning, the deck was covered in feathers and bird droppings, and the sea was littered with flapping wings and floating bodies. It was heartbreaking and unsettling all at once. We never figured out why the birds were there or why they acted like that. Radar didn't show any storms or unusual weather patterns that could explain their behavior. It was like the light we saw the night before had stirred something in the ocean or the atmosphere, something invisible and beyond our understanding. The two events felt connected, but no one could say how. After those nights, the rest of the trip was quiet, almost painfully normal. We double-checked all the instruments and data, but nothing else strange showed up. The ocean was back to its usual calm mystery. I've spent years at sea since then, on many ships and in many places. I've seen storms that could swallow a ship whole, strange sea creatures glowing in the deep, and unexplained noises on the radio. But nothing has come close to that bright green light or the bird chaos that followed. It's the single most mysterious and chilling thing I've experienced on the ocean. A moment when the deep sea showed me something I couldn't explain, something raw and real, but totally alien. I don't tell the story often because it sounds crazy, even to me. But when I do, people always want to know what I think it was. I don't pretend to have an answer. All I know is what I saw with my own eyes, a perfect, blinding green light shooting into the water without a sound, and then the sky filled with confused, desperate birds the very next night. To this day, I wonder if that light was a natural event we don't yet understand, or something man-made, some secret weapon or experiment gone unnoticed. Or maybe it was just the ocean itself, showing a side of itself that no one else had ever seen. Whatever it was, it shook me in a way no storm or strange animal ever has. It reminded me just how vast and unknowable the sea still is, even after all these years of sailing. And maybe that's the real lesson. No matter how much we study or explore, the ocean keeps its secrets close, and sometimes those secrets come glowing out of the darkness when you least expect them. A few years back, I spent a summer volunteering for a sea turtle conservation project in Costa Rica. The place was truly remote, deep in the jungle along the Pacific coast, but at least 40 or 50 miles away from the nearest village or town. We lived in a small, rough camp tucked away among thick, dense trees and vines, far from paved roads or any real civilization. Getting there meant riding in a beat-up truck on a dirt track that was little more than a narrow path through the jungle, and then hiking a short way down the beach. The entire project focused on protecting sea turtle eggs from poachers, who were still a big problem despite conservation efforts. Every night, a few of us would patrol the beaches, collecting eggs from vulnerable nests and carefully reburying them in a fenced, protected section of the beach. This protected area was maybe a few hundred yards from our camp, separated by jungle and rough sand dunes. The fenced zone was meant to be watched around the clock, so that no one could sneak in and take the eggs. One of the harder parts of the job was the night shifts. We split the overnight hours into shifts of 2 volunteers, covering the protected area between 1 a.m. and 7 a.m. One night, I was assigned to the 1 to 7 a.m. shift with another volunteer. The camp was quiet and dark, except for the faint glow of fireflies and the soft sounds of the ocean breaking against the shore a little way off. The jungle was alive with noise, crickets chirping, frogs croaking, insects buzzing. Occasionally, you could hear the call of some distant animal or the rustle of leaves as something moved through the underbrush. The air was thick with humidity, smelling of salt, earth, and damp wood. There was a cool breeze that helped offset the heavy heat we'd been feeling during the day, but it was never truly cold. We made our way quietly from the camp to the protected beach zone. My fellow volunteer settled into a chair nearby and soon fell asleep. I wasn't tired, so I sat down on a rough log a little farther down, pulling out my copy of Lord of the Rings. The book was battered and dog-eared, but it was one of the few things I'd brought to keep me company during those long, slow nights. The beach stretched out in front of me, dimly lit by a thin sliver of moonlight, barely enough to see the sand clearly. The fence around the protected zone stood like a dark line against the sand, marked occasionally by small reflective tags that glinted faintly in the moonlight. The ocean was a steady presence beyond it, waves rolling in and breaking quietly. The sound was calming, but also made the night feel even more isolated. I turned the pages slowly, half listening to the jungle noises, half absorbed in the story. The air was still enough that I could hear my own breathing, the soft rustle of leaves, and the faintest crunch of sand under my boots as I shifted position. Then suddenly something caught my eye. Right on my chest, glowing sharply, was a small red dot, the kind you see when someone points a laser pointer. It was bright and steady, almost like it had been painted onto my shirt. I froze. My heart skipped. The dot stayed there, perfectly still. I glanced to my left. The other volunteer was still asleep, slumped back in the chair, completely unaware. My eyes darted around the dark jungle edges, searching for the source. There was nothing visible, no flashlights, no movement, no figure. I stayed perfectly still, not wanting to make a sound or sudden movement that might reveal my position. The dot lingered on me for about 30 seconds, maybe longer. It felt like time stretched out. My mind raced with questions. Who was out here? How had they gotten so close without us hearing? What did they want? The jungle swallowed all other sounds except for my own pounding heartbeat and the distant crash of waves. Slowly, the red dot vanished. Just like that, it was gone. I looked everywhere, but I never spotted the source. The rest of the night passed without incident. I watched the beach, alert and uneasy. The other volunteers slept through it all, and by morning we returned to camp with no further trouble. I never found out who pointed that laser at me or why. The experience stayed with me long after, a silent reminder of how vulnerable we were in the middle of nowhere. The jungle might be beautiful and full of life, but it's also wild and unpredictable, and sometimes quietly watching back. I've camped alone a fair amount, mostly out in the middle of nowhere where the sky opens up and the only sounds are the wind, the trees, and the animals. I like it that way. It's peaceful and quiet, not like the city where there's always something or someone around. That night, I set up my tent near a small lake tucked away in a dense forest. The water was still, reflecting the stars like a black mirror. The air was cool but not cold, and the ground smelled like pine needles and damp earth. I cooked dinner over my small camping stove. It was nothing fancy, just some instant soup mix, but I added some beef jerky chunks I'd brought along to make it heartier. It was kind of like a stew by the time it was ready, thick with bits of jerky and vegetables. I ate slowly, watching the lake's surface ripple softly in the evening breeze. After I finished, I rinsed my pot and dumped the leftover soup and jerky bits into the lake, thinking it would attract some fish or just disappear naturally. I know it's not the cleanest thing to do, but I've always done it this way when camping alone. I've dumped food scraps near water before, and yeah, it usually pulls in some critters. Raccoons, squirrels, sometimes even deer come close to sniff around. It's part of the experience, sharing a little with the wild. I didn't worry about it. I crawled into my tent after dark, zipped it up, and laid down on my sleeping pad. The fabric of the tent felt thin, but enough to keep the chill out. Outside, the forest was alive with the usual sounds, the chirping of crickets, the rustling of small animals in the underbrush, the occasional hoot of an owl. After a few minutes, I heard the familiar scrabbling and sniffing of raccoons coming near the campsite, likely drawn by the smell of jerky stew. Their little paws and claws scraped on fallen leaves and pine needles. I wasn't scared, just comforted, in a way, knowing the forest was awake. But then, something changed. After about 15 minutes, the raccoons suddenly scattered. There was a frantic rustling, a panicked noise like dozens of feet scrambling through leaves. The calm night was shattered by the chaos. The animals seemed terrified, running in every direction at once. I stayed still, frozen in my sleeping bag, listening. Then I heard it. At first, I couldn't place the sound exactly, just a low rustling, almost no footsteps, no heavy thumps. The noise was quiet, but different from the small creatures. Leaves brushing softly, but the movement was purposeful, slow, and deliberate. The forest felt different, closer. Then came the howling, a chilling, raw wolf howl, cutting through the night like a knife. It wasn't far away. It was close, just outside my tent, maybe 100 feet or less. The sound was sharp, clear, and filled with some kind of desperate hunger or warning. It echoed off the trees, bouncing around in the darkness. My heart pounded. I lay perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe. The howling stopped, then started again from a different direction, like the wolves were moving around, circling. The rustling leaves continued. No footsteps that sounded heavy or crashing, just the subtle movement of something big in the brush. I stayed inside my tent, zipped all the way up, clutching my flashlight. I didn't want to peek out, not even a little. The forest seemed alive with eyes watching, waiting. The scent of wet earth and pine was sharper than before, mixed with a faint metallic tang that I couldn't identify. After maybe half an hour, the howling faded. The rustling slowed and then stopped. The raccoons never came back. The forest settled into an eerie silence, thicker than before. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I sat up inside the tent, flashlight off, ears straining for any sound. The wind whispered through the branches, carrying the faint calls of distant animals. I kept thinking about the wolves, or maybe just one, circling my camp, how close they were and how silently they moved. Morning came slow and gray, with soft light filtering through the trees. I waited a long time before unzipping the tent. When I did, the world outside looked calm and peaceful again. The lake smooth and still, the birds starting their morning songs. I didn't leave the tent until the sun was well above the treetops. The campsite was empty of tracks or signs of the wolves, but I knew they'd been there. I packed up quickly and left, moving along the trail with my eyes wide open. I don't think I'll dump leftovers in the lake again. I used to work at this large movie theater, one of those multiplex places with 16 screens. It was always busy during the day and early evening, packed with kids, families, and groups of friends coming for the latest releases. But what I liked best, the part of the job that gave me a strange kind of peace, was closing time, being the last usher on duty. The closing shift was the quietest. After the last movie started, and all the crowds had filtered out, the theater became this huge, empty space. The hustle and noise of the day faded away, replaced by the low hum of the building's ventilation system and the soft creaks of the floors settling. The scent of old carpet, stale popcorn, and cleaning chemicals lingered in the air like a reminder of the day's activity. But without anyone around, it took on a different quality, something almost calming, yet oddly isolating. My job as a closer was simple in theory, but had its rituals. The first half of the shift was busy enough, cleaning the lobbies, sweeping the floors, picking up trash in the auditoriums, and making sure the concession stands were locked down. But once the last screening was underway, and there was no more urgent work left to do, I'd have about 2.5 hours to kill before I could clock out. Those hours were mine to spend walking the long corridors, doing the final rounds to check every room was empty and locked. I'd always liked that time alone in the theater. I'm not someone who minds being alone. In fact, I found it kind of comforting. The place felt like my own private maze. The flickering exit signs guiding me through shadowy hallways, the distant echoes of my footsteps bouncing off the walls, and the faint buzz of the projector rooms humming in the background. It was a place frozen in time between the chaos of the day and the silence of the night. Part of my closing duties was to patrol every auditorium and the public restrooms, just to make sure no one was hiding out. Occasionally, homeless people or drifters tried to find shelter inside. It didn't happen often, but it was always a possibility. The last thing the management wanted was to find someone asleep or worse after hours. So, I took it seriously. The auditoriums were easy to check. I'd walk up to each entrance, look inside the dim theater, and scan the rows of empty seats and the blank screens. The smell of old leather seats and the faint popcorn grease still stuck to the carpets. Sometimes, if a movie had just ended, the room still held a faint trace of the soundtrack or dialogue echoing softly in my ears. But once I was sure there was no one there, I'd lock the doors behind me and move on. The restrooms were a little different. There were no doors at the entrance, just a wide opening with walls and turns inside that blocked the view from the hallway. You couldn't see in until you stepped into the small corridor leading to the sinks and stalls. The design was meant to be open enough for safety, but private enough to keep things discreet. What got me, and what I never figured out, was the faucets. The sinks had motion sensors that would turn on the water when someone put their hands under the spout, then shut off after a few seconds when the movement stopped. Usually they worked fine, but every so often during my rounds, I'd notice something strange. I'd be walking down the hallway toward the restrooms, about 10 feet away, and I'd hear the water running. Just the faucets, dripping and flowing with a soft, continuous sound that was impossible to miss in the quiet theater. I'd slow down, expecting to find someone washing their hands, or maybe a janitor finishing up. But when I got to the entrance and stepped inside to check, there was no one there. The faucets would stop the moment I appeared, like someone had just walked away or turned them off. I told myself it was probably a glitch or some kind of electrical fault with the sensors. Maybe a stray breeze from the air vents or a bug triggering the motion detectors. I looked for logical explanations, nothing more. But this kept happening again and again. It never happened anywhere else in the building. Only at those restrooms, always the same sinks. And always, when I got close, the water stopped. I started paying more attention. I would walk toward the restrooms with my flashlight, ears straining for any other sounds. The water would start just a few steps before I got to the opening, steady and clear in the quiet. And as soon as I passed the threshold, or even just glanced inside, the faucet stopped. The restrooms were always empty. I checked every stall and behind every corner. No signs anyone had been there recently. No wet floors, no soap or paper towels out of place, no discarded trash or clothing. Nothing. Sometimes, I'd linger a little longer, waiting in the hallway just outside, trying to see if the water would start again. It never did. One night, I decided to time it more precisely. I stood 15 feet away, watching the sinks, waiting for that familiar sound to begin. After about 5 minutes, the water started up again, soft, continuous. I began walking slowly toward the entrance, every step measured. At 10 feet away, the faucets were running steadily. At 7 feet, still running. At 5 feet, the sound started to get quieter. At the moment I stepped fully into the corridor, the water shut off. I repeated this test several times over different nights. The pattern was the same, without fail. I also checked the wiring under the sinks during my shifts. There were no obvious faults or loose connections. The sensors seemed to be working fine. The motion detectors were supposed to activate with movement directly in front of the faucets, not from a distance in the hallway. And no one could be moving inside unseen. The space was small and well lit, and I was looking right at it. I thought about other possibilities. Maybe there was a stray animal, a rat or a bird, triggering the sensors. But the sinks were too high for that, and the restroom wasn't a place where animals could easily get in. Besides, if something were there, I would have seen or heard it. The faucets would have kept running longer. I considered that maybe another person was playing a prank, someone hiding and turning the faucets on and off remotely. But there was no access to the water controls from outside the restroom. The pipes and sensors were all sealed and not connected to any switches nearby. Each night, I made extra rounds around the theater, paying attention to any shadows or unusual sounds. Nothing ever appeared. The theater itself was an old building, but well maintained. The floors creaked in the usual places, and the ventilation hummed softly. I was used to all the little noises, the settling of the walls, the shifting of the roof, the occasional tapping from a loose panel. None of that ever disturbed me. Still, those faucets kept starting and stopping, and I never found an explanation. One night, after the last show ended, I was making my rounds as usual. The theater was pitch dark except for the emergency exit signs, casting a faint red glow on the carpet. I had my flashlight in hand and was slowly walking down the long hallways, checking the locked doors and scanning the empty lobbies. When I approached the restrooms, I heard the faucets running again. It was so quiet that the sound was almost eerie, like a small stream flowing inside the silent building. I stopped and listened. The water was steady, soft, and clear. I stepped closer, about 10 feet from the opening, shining my flashlight inside. The faucets kept running. I moved forward carefully, shining the beam around the corners, checking the stalls and sinks. The restroom was empty. At the moment I stepped fully inside the corridor, the water stopped again. The silence that followed felt heavier than before. I stood there, trying to shake the uneasy feeling that had started creeping over me. That's when I noticed something else, a faint smell, not of the usual cleaning chemicals, but something musty, like damp fabric or old sweat. I hadn't smelled that before. I looked down and saw a small scrap of fabric, caught under the edge of the sink cabinet. It was old and frayed, like a piece torn from a jacket or a shirt. That struck me as odd. I crouched down, carefully pulling the fabric free. It was threadbare and smelled like it had been damp for a while. I pocketed it, feeling a chill run down my spine. I kept looking around, searching for any other clues. Near the back wall, behind a trash bin, I spotted faint footprints in the dust on the floor. They were small and light, as if someone had stepped there in soft shoes. No one was supposed to be there. I checked the security cameras in the lobby when I got to the control room. None of them pointed directly into the restroom area, but I scanned footage from the hallways nearby. No one entered or left that section of the building after closing. The mystery deepened. After a few weeks of paying close attention, I started piecing things together. The scrap of fabric was the biggest clue. I thought about who might have been hiding there. Someone small, possibly homeless, sneaking into the theater late at night to find shelter. The water running might have been from someone washing their hands or face, trying to clean up. But why did the water always stop as soon as I showed up? I realized the person must have been hiding just out of sight, moving away quickly whenever they heard me approaching. The motion sensors would pick up their hands or movement near the faucets, but when I got close, they ducked back into the shadows. The restroom's design, walls and turns blocking sight lines, made it easy for someone to stay hidden. I talked to the manager, and they confirmed that homeless people sometimes tried to sleep in the theater, especially in winter. They'd never found anyone after hours, but they hadn't done detailed searches of the restrooms either. After that, I adjusted my patrols. Instead of just walking through quickly, I started checking every nook and cranny. One night, I stayed just outside the restroom entrance, waiting quietly. After about 15 minutes, I heard the faucets start running again. I waited until the sound was steady, then slowly opened the door a crack. I saw a shadow move quickly behind the sinks. I shined my flashlight